Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Welcome in on this Tuesday morning. I had a double check. I never know. So, welcome in, everybody. Come on in. Yeah, this is my second pot of coffee. So, I had a little, I thought I started coffee, then I didn't. And I was like, it was a whole thing for a minute, y'all. But I got it all squared away. That second pot's almost done. I think I'm going to need it today. I'm tired. I'm tired, y'all. My mind is like, oh, needs to rest. Is the weekend here yet? And it's only Tuesday. I feel like I need to detox. Welcome in. Come on in, everybody, and get cozy. Welcome to my mods. Forrest is here with us so far. We may have the others come in soon. Valley Girl, welcome in. Jet, always fabulous to have you here. I couldn't do it without that coffee girl. Yeah, bullshit second, coffee first, right? And right now the bullshit meter's off the charts on these streets. I feel like we can't get enough coffee, y'all. Oh my goodness. I am so thankful I'm not in all that drama, but I'm here for it a little bit. I've I've come to realize a couple of things though. Yesterday I had to go live and be like, girls, stop saying my name, quit, making accusations that aren't true and getting confused with all your facts, right? That's bothersome when people are out there spitting out the facts, but they're wrong about some things. So it's like, okay, red flag there. But I told y'all I'm observing things because I'm watching how it's spun and I'm watching who's being truthful. And it's very interesting. Very interesting. And I'm glad it's all finally coming to a head and maybe some things will come to light. And maybe this will put the brakes on a lot of this bullshit on these YouTube streets when it comes to crimes and family involvement and the YouTube creator involvement stuff. Y'all know what I mean? And with that said, y'all know I did that show yesterday if you were here. If not, it's been, replay city, whatever. Please don't. Here's my biggest problem with all of the drama unfolding on YouTube right now. Community members are being drugged all over the place, right? A lot of them don't know what's going on, didn't know the backstory, and they're trying to figure it out. Because a lot of new people come into the space since all that started who didn't even know that stuff was happening, right? And I feel like community members are being put in the middle of stuff on purpose, and I don't like that part of it. And I know that just don't take all this stuff to bed with you guys is what I'm trying to say. Take it all with a grain of salt. Remember, it's not your personal life. You're not in the drama. You're just here to observe it because you see it, right? Don't let it affect you to that point, and don't take sides and stuff. I mean, do you? I don't have a side. I'm on the side of whatever's right, period. But man, oh man, oh man. I've seen one liar, one truth seeker, and 3 drama queens so far. And that's where I sit with it at the moment. I heard something pretty disgusting and vile, though, over there on Jay's last night. She was reviewing a little bit of that B. Tim character guy. And man, oh man, sir, men without children, maybe you shouldn't comment about children. Just a bit of advice. And that's all I'm saying, because you little dweeb is not worth my time. Oh, although I did pop into that chat briefly yesterday because I was like, I need to go do a little bit recon. I heard a little something, something. So I went to go hear for myself. I wasn't in there long. It was quite wild. And I remember hearing something about go watch legit true crime people. And I was like, oh, that's odd when this channel continuously says all true crimers are grifters and frauds. So I couldn't help myself. I had a comment on my own account. I was like, why would we listen to true crimers? They're all grifters, right? B. Tim decides to get up there with his little baby voice, which I can't stand a man with a baby voice. Jesus Christ. I need a manly man. Anyway, BTM goes on to explain, oh, Salty, not all true crimers are grifters. There's a few good ones. I watch Grizzly and Ickmel. Dude, no shade to either one, but I don't watch either one. Okay. All right, that's your legit true crime channels. You do you, Bubba. See, y'all be careful in them streets. They'll steer you wrong each and every time. Anyway, just don't take it all to bed with y'all. It's not your battle. It's not our argument. But I like seeing who is being exposed finally. Why is my cat trying to attack the dogs in the hallway? Get your, what? Excuse me, ma'am. Y'all, she tried to knock down this gate because the puppy approached. She's such a bitch. Go lay down. She can't just get along. She cannot do it. Cat outside, fine with the dogs. Dogs are fine with that cat. This cat, like, no, ma'am. Don't come near me. All right. All right. Let's see. Going to start trial watching again. We're going to be covering Lindsay Clancy trial here. They're on day 2 right now of the jury selection. I got an update on that as well. So we're going to get to that. Yeah. Look, and it got so out of hand with the Sebastian Rogers case. Let me show y'all why this is a problem. And it's because people get confused. Community members hear a lot of stuff over the time, and a lot of stuff has went on with Sebastian Rogers case, right? A lot of emotions. I don't know how else to describe it, but where's it at? Hold on. Am I gonna be able to pull it up on here? It was my live. We got a nice little comment left. I think it was this one. And I don't delete shit. It don't bother me. I left it. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to pull it. I won't let me on the PC. It's different. It won't let me show my comments. I'm gonna read it to you guys though. Let me get on my phone and look at it. I mean, it's there. Everybody can see it. And I replied, but it's not a big deal. I mean, it doesn't bother me because you come at me all you want. If you don't know the truth, you don't know the truth. But um, it's the kind of information that's out there, right? That's bothersome when people don't know the truth. All right, so it was on part 1. Remember, we had to do part 2 because I was stuck on the weird shit. Okay, I think it was on this one. No, part 2. It was the audio calls we did on Sebastian's case. Remember when we listened to those? So I don't know who this person is. I don't recognize the name. I don't know where she come from. And it was part 1 and part 2 of the audio dispatch from Sebastian Rogers case. That has literally been on the internet for a year and a half, right? More than that. He's been missing 2 years, a little over a year and a half. That's been out there. A lot of people have covered it, right? But this person's going to let all y'all know, and anybody new that comes to that video, they left us they left some advice for everybody. It says, people, don't sub to this BS con job. I was very involved with Sebastian's case. The recording you played, reporting someone in the woods, is BS. Also, a mannequin has no heat signature, so thermal image would not see it. Replay the audio. There's a couple of things happening at the same time. So sad jackasses like you, meaning me, make up BS like this and trying to get YouTube clicks. Make it up. I think y'all I got accused of altering stuff and faking it. I'm not real sure, but I asked that specifically, but they haven't replied back yet. I don't know. Con is a strong word, but that right there, you know what I mean? You cannot even do a legitimate BTM true crime show on Sebastian Rogers thanks to motherfuckers like you, little man. Just remember that, sir, while you're out there spewing all your knowledge on these internets. Karma channel shit. I just thought that was quite comical, y'all. I couldn't believe it when I laughed when I read it. Like, was it supposed to trigger me or make me mad? Because I like to sit in a light, airy space in my yard, and I try not to let a lot of things bother me like that. Because who are you trying to steal my joy for 5 seconds? Fuck off. It is so weird. So, y'all, I just want y'all to know that audio is not fake. I didn't do anything to it. I didn't alter it. I didn't do it for a click and a view. I'm tried to unpack the investigation side of the morning Sebastian Rogers went missing. That's what you're supposed to do in true crime. Investigate the crime. Investigate the investigation. Investigate the people running their fucking mouths and won't shut up, because maybe you a little sus now because you won't shut up. I can't. And they're anyway, they're finishing it up, trying to get to the bottom of everything. Jay, um, you I don't know what to say, girl. Keep doing you. Fuck it. Just keep doing you. I don't know what all went on, y'all. Like I done said, I didn't have anything to do with all that, but it's quite comical what some of the shit I'm seeing. All right, y'all. Something else happened that was kind of funny. Now, I know we all don't like the JLR and we get the cringe and we're like, we want to throw up and run, turn off the stream. You mentioned his name. But out of his little group of buddies over there, y'all know who I'm talking about. A little group of streamers that, went all in and got arrested, except for JLR, on that matter anyway. And all the things. The least problematic and the least dangerous of the group is Ted. And Ted's like the prime target on YouTube. Like, I thought y'all went after the grifters like JLR. And the bad guys who like to dox people. That other guy. I don't want to say, that other guy. Poor old Ted out there. Y'all, he's just trying to bring y'all the Lord. Lord mercy. He works in mysterious ways. Yeah, this ain't a discussion about JLR. I don't give a that dude's no count in my book. He was no count long before Sebastian Rogers, long before Nancy Guthrie, right? Jesus Christ. JLR does not take up headspace in my head at all. The juice. But Ted is harmless except for his mind, okay? That's what's going to get Ted in the long run. We've all seen it. I'm not taking up for Ted, but Ted tried to take us to church, y'all. He took us to the church. He took us inside the church, and we got to be with him when he was escorted from the church. I missed that part. Don't have it clipped. The person that did clip it, I'm not playing her shit over here. But we don't need to see Ted being escorted from the church. Nicely. They weren't rude. They're godly people. But, sir, you can't be in here filming what are you filming? And people praying, and you're lighting candles, and what are you doing, Ted? You're doing too much, sir. But y'all, this poor guy, he had a weird experience recently where he couldn't feel himself. And I just could not help it. So let's start with this. Let's just play a little comedy. Let's just show Ted a little, go get some help, sir. It's going to be okay. Now, Ted has deleted the live. It's the only reason why I'm showing this. Like, don't do it and then go delete it later. What was the point? You wasted a bunch of your time and the Lord's time. I thought you was teaching me how to be a good person, sir. He talks about spirituality, and he tells you the experience he had with his near-death episode the other day. Y'all want to see it for shits and giggles? See it for shits and giggles? I'll let Ted roll while I grab me a fresh cup of coffee. Hold on, Ted. Y'all, it's for shits and giggles. If Ted bothers you, look away or mute your sound if this is a little much. I love to laugh. I'm sorry, Ted made me fucking laugh my ass off. And after sitting through some of that shit I sat through yesterday and feeling some type of way about old girl putting bad information out there on me, I'm like, I gotta get out. Lighthearted. I gotta get all this out of my system. I was out of smudge, so I couldn't light the flame. So I just did it with laughter. Ted made me laugh. Where you at, Ted? Wait, we don't need to see all that. I mean, I understand wanting to go after the YouTube streamers for their grifting ways, but y'all need to hit the go pick on somebody else in between your truth seeking mission. This poor guy. Y'all, oh my God. My mama told me one time if I can't be nice, don't say nothing at all. If you can't say anything nice, don't say nothing at all. And sometimes you got to pull some by the hand and lead the way, help them out. You know, I feel like I recognize that in Ted, not them other guys, not JLR and his bodyguard pal. Oh, I think that one guy, what's his name? Hold up. Hold on. We got boots on the ground at the Davis preliminary hearing. What's that guy's name? Is he Dad's Gone Live? I don't like to call grown men daddy or dad. What the fuck? Is that his name? Dad's Gone Live? No, I might have the wrong guy. I saw it this morning and I laughed and laughed again. Is that him? Let me see. No, maybe do I got the wrong guy? Do y'all know in chat? The hell? It's one of them. One of those guys that was down there streaming. I call him the. He wasn't like with JLR and then he's like the Timu part of them. That's weird to explain it that way. Anyway, whatever. We're not relying on his reporting for the preliminary hearing. Don't worry none, guys. I got you. We're going to be following Lauren Conlon and Brian Enton, and I will pull from those two today to get us a quality update for by morning, right? So, y'all. All right, Ted's going to take us to church while I get up and get my fresh coffee, and then we're going to get underway with true crime. B. Tim.
Kind of say hi to everybody. Good morning. Oh, my hair got wet. There was a thunderstorm. Good morning, everybody. This is a beautiful church of God. And yeah, it's so good. Good to see everybody again. Thanks for taking your Monday. I know it's the start of the work week, and it's really about living in your best moment, living today and being mindful of today. Good morning, Jolly Roger, I think, Jolly Rogue. I'm just waiting. It's a little early for everybody. I know I said 7:30. But yeah, it's just about living in your best moment right now. There are a lot of things that are preventing us from living in the moment, right? So all the time we're thinking about
his level of creepiness to me is different level than JLR creepy. To me there's different levels of creep factor, right? Ted just don't get me to that, like, oh my God, I'm scared, I need to go hide. I'm like, dude, what I would laugh at this guy if I bumped into him out on the street somewhere, because I'm that girl. I'll just start conversations with random people when I'm in the mood. Ted would probably be one of those guys, and I wonder what I would think as I walked away from that conversation. Sometimes when I go public, I do that. I just start random conversations with random people. I'm a people watcher, right? I like to watch people, and I like hearing stories. Ted just don't strike me as a deliberate bad guy on the internet like those other players seem to be. Do y'all know where I'm coming from with that? Isn't it Rocky Mountain Hippie? I love your name, by the way. Yes, I got a little hippie in me. There's many layers to me, and hippie is in there, along with the pirate, the gypsy, and the mermaid. See, I'm just complicated. All right, Ted, finish taking us to church.
Living Like, I wish it could be 5 years ago. I wish it could be 10 years ago. But in 5 years from now, we're going to be wishing right now that it was 5 years in the past. We're going to be wishing right now that we were.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Carrie. This is Ted. Ted investigates. Ted became on our radar during Nancy Guthrie coverage. Ted is known to get high as a kite and go on YouTube. Ted is known to jump cones in front of Nancy Guthrie's home in the dead of night and bust ass onto the asphalt where we can all see it. Ted also took a Three Amigos type road trip with JLR and Criminal Network and bailed on them at a gas station. That's Ted Investigates, y'all.
Day, right? So we want to live in the present. Sale, good morning. Marcy, good morning. Morning, everyone. Yeah, so I wanted to give everybody kind of a view of the church. We're going to be going inside this morning. Hey.
Okay, here's the next part.
It's a beautiful morning, the Lord,
Here we
and really
go.
understanding, life on a higher power, right? Because as we age, our spirit doesn't age. So staying youthful in our mind is the most important thing. We can sit here and say, oh, I'm older now, right? Things aren't as quick as they once were. I'm not as quick on my feet. I have, sore legs. My back hurts. I have issues. And,
Oh boy.
what we realize is our soul, our spirit never gets old.
No.
We are a finite length of time spiritually.
Preach it, Ted.
So being old is just a mindset, and it's being how we feel.
Hallelujah.
So we need to, our words are very powerful. So we need to constantly, from my understanding, we need to constantly talk about positivity and not negativity. We need to be positive people. Our words are very powerful, and the words that we play in our mind day to day is a reason why it affects our outcome. So if we have the power of positivity and we live a purposeful life, right?
Purposeful.
Every day we want to have some type of purpose. And that's the most important thing, is having a purpose, living in the moment, not thinking about the future, not thinking about the past, living today how God wanted us to live, how our souls wanted us to live, being in that absolute moment of time, and being present with our lives. And being present is what we're going to be talking about today.
Being present is super important. With that said, y'all know some of us tried to expose the crime of CrimeCon. What year did they come to Orlando, Florida? They're coming back several years back. Yeah, I knew back then what CrimeCon was all about. I didn't need these streets to tell me. And boy, they told us, and then they all went back for more. I couldn't believe it. Ted did more than just show up at CrimeCon with JLR, by the way, y'all. He streamed for a long time outside of Nancy Guthrie's house. At times, high as a kite, sitting there on the street, bundled up in blankets, doing weird shit, then getting up and cone jumping. Yeah, it's a lot, but he's the harmless one of the bunch, in my opinion. But he ain't wrong in this little sermon, y'all. Give the guy a little credit.
But I wanted to take everybody to this cathedral. This is a very wonderful place. Okay.
Damn it.
But where I'm going with this is my faith in God in the afterlife helped me prevail through this very weird experience. And whether or not it was sleep paralysis or I was in deep sleep, because I went to bed at like 8:30 and I woke up at 11, and it was weird. My tooth right here, okay? It felt like water.
Simi, we're going to worry about this man's tooth and what he's going through. Not really, but kind of not really. But Simi, yeah, go to the store, girl. You go peace out when you need to. I get it. You're preaching to the choir, baby. So go do what you got to do. I would rather you go get that bread and water now I know what it's like to go to the Walmart or wherever the closest store is to you, and there's not a damn thing left on the shelf because anybody's in panic mode. Y'all, Bertha is a little tropical storm. Honest to God, if she was making a direct hit on me, I wouldn't be doing a whole hell of a lot to prep. I stay prepped. It didn't take me much to get my yard ready. My supplies are ready. Just a few things from the store, just in case, you'll be good to go. It is a tropical storm. I don't think it's going to get to hurricane status. She's got a lot of things going on to prevent that weather-wise, and I pay attention to all of that, right? I'm in deep on my hurricane shit, y'all. I got to know where that bitch is going to the best of my ability. But be safe. Go get your supplies. We don't need all that. You're going to be getting the feeder bands. Girl, it's on the side that I'm on right now, that and the side you're on, that whole entire side's good to go. It's when underwent all that shearing overnight. All the storms are on the opposite side out in the Gulf. There's nothing pretty much on the side going along the shoreline. So watch the radar and stay informed. I'll give y'all maybe I'll come back tonight and we'll play Hurricane Hunter. I'll show y'all how we do it. How we have to do it on the Gulf Coast. I told y'all when a storm gets in the Gulf, it's going to hit one of us. Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas. One of y'all's got a bullseye sitting on you. Which way is she going to go? Depends on all the weather patterns and steering conditions and currents and heat. There's a lot that goes into it. I already saw people online, some about engineered manufacturer shit. I'm like, oh, the fuck? Close my eyes. I'm born and raised in hurricane country. The motherfucker's real sitting out there in that Gulf. Fucking get out of here.
Water. I thought I was bleeding from my mouth, and that's how I woke up. I'm like, I can't feel the pillow. I can't feel my tooth. It was so strange. And it was bleeding, and I'm like, am I bleeding on the pillow?
What, Simi, you got feeder bands coming in. They changed the path, turning up to Louisiana. You're going to be getting feeder bands thrown out at you, like Jay was getting the other day. It's going to sit out in the Gulf. What I saw this morning, it's just going to cook down along the side of us, unless they change the cone of uncertainty. Didn't tell me. What's the question, shabugs? Let's see. A body gets taken up in a rip current off the Gulf, and 2 days later the body ends up exactly where the body... No. Never gonna happen. Not in the same spot, shabugs. No, ma'am. No. Not even on the calmest day. And sometimes that Gulf is like glass. And some days she's cooking. Today she's kicking up a little wave action because we got a storm rocking and rolling out yonder. But no, ma'am, you will not. There's people to this day that possibly may have drowned in the Gulf and never been found. There's been bodies that do wash up in the Gulf, right? I know I clocked you the second I saw you had a question, and that comment, I had a feeling. So, I've been watching you. I've been watching, girl. I'm watching you on the X. I need to get up with you about that. I feel like I want to talk to you about all of that. So, it has to be a weekend because we're going to be covering this Clancy trial. But let's link up. You know what to do. We know how to reach each other. I do have questions. I've been seeing. I'm watching everything, but I'm paying attention to your tweets. So thank you for keeping me informed while I'm busy doing this stuff. I do appreciate that. But yeah, I'll hit you up, girl. We'll get that going. Because I'm curious because of the location alone, right? And the things I'm now hearing and seeing. So I got questions. So let's do it, girl. We'll link up. All right, Ted's going to finish taking us to church here and telling us about a higher power and being better people and doing all the good things in life. And then he's going to tell us about what happened to him. I don't know what to make of it. I think he thinks he may have stress because he's on YouTube and all that, and people message him and stuff. I don't know what to tell him, y'all.
When I looked up and there was nothing there, it was just the pillow. And my wife was watching Netflix, so she still was up because it was like 11 o'clock at night. I think it was like a Saturday night, so she was still up. I was just sleeping because I was exhausted. I think we went out, and I woke up, and my I was like, is my mouth bleeding? Like, what is going on? Am I being poisoned by the pillow?
Did y'all hear what he said? Am I being poisoned by the pillow? How can anybody take this dude that seriously? It's obvious, y'all, he ain't playing with a full deck. He woke up. He announced this a few weeks back, I think, that he had this episode where he wakes up and he can't feel a thing. And now he's going into it in more detail outside the church before he goes in because he found Jesus. I guess Jesus gave him his feeling back. So he goes into the church and went to take everybody in for the experience and then was asked to leave. And now has deleted the entire stream. The poor guy can't win for losing, y'all. He don't know how to create the create. He doesn't understand the create and creator. Maybe I don't either. I don't even know what creator means anymore.
thought at one
I'm just a lady on the internet talking.
point I was being poisoned by the pillow. I'm like, do you use a different detergent? Is there something that's like creeping up on me? I'm like, what is going on? Am I alive? I was panicking.
He's panicking. I can't, y'all.
So I'm going into real detail here. I thought I was losing my mind. And I'm like, I can't feel my teeth. It was so weird to not feel your jaw. Oops, sorry, it's really windy here. So it was so weird to not hear it. Let me try to, I'm going to hold it with my foot. So it was so weird to not feel your jaw or to not feel your teeth. And then I got up.
It's very weird.
Hey, Alicia, what's up? So I got up and I couldn't feel my feet on the ground. So I remember going to
Karen, yes, I thank you for saying that. Storm watch for me is like a watch blizzard watches for you guys. I always compare it. Like I would not know what it's like to live in blizzard country, right? And I see what's going on when that's coming and when it's coming towards you guys, when it's hitting. I'm like, hell no. I just couldn't. But it's a different brand of weather, but it's the same. So I feel you. It lasts longer for you guys though, right? That's the kicker. This storm's going to come in, do the fucking damage and move on. That blizzard might linger for a couple days. We got hurricanes that will stall, but not for 3 days. Well, if you're Ivan, you might, but never mind. That's a different story. We get those flukes every now and again. But yeah, same thing.
get socks and I grabbed her socks, which was crazy because I'm like, my ADHD, I'm just hyperactive. So I went to go grab socks, and these socks had like footings on them, or
He's like, what?
I don't even know how to explain it, like traction on it. I wore it. I'm like, I can't feel the traction. So then I walked to the back.
He puts on his wife's socks with the traction on the bottom, and he can't even feel that. What's happened to Ted, y'all? Did he have one of those outer body experiences? He could feel nothing.
Our bathroom. And then I splashed water on my face. I can't feel the water. I'm like, oh my God. And then I thought, but my faith in God at the time, I was like, okay, I still was level-headed. I'm like, am I having a stroke? Is my face numb? Am I not sure what's happening?
Am I not sure what's happening? What the fuck? Y'all, I'm sorry. Jesus, forgive me for laughing at this poor soul, but damn, it's funny. How can anybody take him seriously?
Splash water. I cannot.
Well, Shabugs, there's the big debate about that marriage situation, right? When he hightailed it off of that little Three Amigos road trip, there was speculation it was because his wifey may have gotten mad about something that happened on said road trip. And I will not elaborate more because I don't feel like it. But anyway, in the video leading up to going into the church, he's talking about the wife and he says, my wife at the time, or then he's like, oh wait, I mean my wife. Is like he stumbles up a couple of times. We're all like, Ted, did the wifey leave you? Is that why you bailed on the trip with the Three Amigos? The Three Amigos trip, Ted? Bailed out in the middle of the night at a gas station? What the fuck? They took you to the airport, I think.
Not feel any water at all. Exactly, that Sparky GM. I thought it could have been a stroke. So I splashed water on my face, couldn't feel it. I'm like, holy.
Okay, if I think I'm having a stroke, I'm not trying to splash water on my face to feel better. I'm screaming 911. Somebody, I know we got to get there fast. They say you got to get there quick with a stroke. I don't got time to go to the bathroom and figure it out.
You know, excuse my language, and I could
Shabugs.
not believe it at all. Um, then
Didn't his mom?
what else did I?
Hey, didn't his mom come up on one of his lives recently? Shabugs. He was sitting outside or something, wasn't he? Or whatever. He was sitting there. Mom walks up and he's telling her like, "I'm live streaming. Mom, go away. Go away, mom. I'm live streaming."
Do
Did you smell the burnt toast?
I'm like, am I dead? Am I dying? Do I have a
He
stroke?
ate bread.
Am I up? And she's like, no, you're up. You're up. You are up. I'm like, okay, you sure? I'm like, not gonna wake up. I'm not levitating. I'm not hallucinating.
Okay, hold on. Ted, I had coffee in my mouth. He's not levitating or hallucinating. Have y'all done that lately?
No, you're up. But I didn't believe it at the time because I'm like, am I gonna wake up on an operating table? And again,
Tomorrow could be one of the biggest.
Okay, so that was the end of the video, y'all. That was just him rambling, right, about his numb experience that he, whatever. And then after that, I don't know when he finishes up his talk there and he goes into his TED talk. Check it out. He finished up his TED talk outside of the church, guys. He made his way in and was filming inside the church and got asked to leave. So, and then, like I said, he's now deleted the video. So, in case you missed it, I wanted to bring you Ted's sermon and near death experience. A gentle reminder to be kind out there. Try to be, laugh, it's all in good faith. Yeah, Rachel, there's a lot of piece of works out there, isn't there? It takes all kinds of kinds, y'all. We got to learn to put them in their little buckets, right? There's the fuck it bucket. Chuck it in the fuck it bucket. Y'all ever heard of that? We did that one whole summer. Everything just went in the fuck it bucket. Chuck it in the fuck it bucket. We don't care. It's summer. Let's see what the waves are doing out on the beach while this storm is sitting out there. On my part of the beach. I don't know what everybody else's beach is doing. We could probably look around and find out. I want to go get me some seashells. Okay. Which one? Let's see. Let's go. Oh, this one may be better because it shows the. Or the one with the pier. Yeah, let's do this one. Okay, Pensacola Beach Pier. There's a little bit of wave action out there. It's probably stronger down your way in Louisiana. Maybe it's coming that way though. It's coming. That's what it looks like on the beach right now. See, it's blue skies in the background. There were several more lifeguards parked out there earlier. I'm sure the red flags are flying strong, but people will ignore it. I don't know. Tourists don't really like to get into that stuff too much. Wouldn't advise going out there at all. Some of the surfers might risk it, but I would never. That undertow would get you, pull you right out there and suck you out. That's the thing with uh, the barrier islands, shabugs. There's a whole thing to get into, and those undertows they drag you out, right? And then you go down and then back to shore. So, and people we know to try to swim out of them. Now, this is in the Gulf part. So, but too many tourists get caught up in them and they don't know to swim out of them. They fight it. It's very frightening and you feel like you're getting sucked out to sea. So they're fighting that, right? We had a football player a few years back. He spent a long time in the hospital. He almost drowned trying to save the lives of his children. And there's been a lot of famous people come to the Gulf of America to vacation, and we've had a lot of regular old folks down here vacationing, and every year there's just too many drownings. So far this year, nothing, thank God. But that's what it looks like right now. I don't know that it'll get any worse out there by the end of the day because it's moving. It's moving slowly. He looks like Bundy a little bit. A little bit. Yeah, Ted's a trip. I don't know that he's like a harmless on purpose. I don't think he's intentional with his harm. I should say, like others are. Let me put it, maybe that's the nicer way to put it. I don't think he's as intentional with his harm as others are. Yeah, Pacific. I don't, it's very different on the Gulf than it is on the Pacific and the Atlantic, right? They're very different. Very different bodies of water. The beaches are different. It's all different. I've seen the Pacific beaches and I see the Atlantic. I'm not on the Atlantic side. I don't even know what the Atlantic Ocean looks like, right? I'm on the Gulf. And I'm glad I'm on the Gulf and not the Atlantic side. Let me say that. I've always been grateful for that my entire life. When I realized, like when I was a little kid, Florida Sunshine book, we had to learn about our state history. We're learning about back then it was still the Gulf of Mexico, and we have the Atlantic Ocean. And, we have the Cuba, all the things down here. Anyway, I'm like, oh, thank God I live in this part, not that part. I've always felt that in my soul. Don't know why. All right, so we got some updates to get to, guys. I was taking a look this morning with my coffee. There was some Stacey Wondra information on the docket. So, of course, I had to go look what's going on because we're supposed to be getting, trial and all that shit. They've agreed to move Wondra's trial out of Fayetteville. Hold on. My OCD just got the best of me. I need to move that out of my way. There we go. Done. All right. Okay, so there's been some motions filed recently in Stacey's case that we haven't taken a look at, that I want a peek at those. But let's get, like I said earlier, we did our primer show on Lindsay Clancy's trial. It's in the playlist. So far, I believe they were going to seat 18 jurors, 12 actual jurors, and then 6 alternates. And I think yesterday, day one, they seated 5 jurors. 3 women and 2 men. And I think they looked at like 120 to 130 people. I'm like, damn, 120 people, you picked 5 and you got to seat 18. So I don't know how this will probably go on the rest of the week, to be honest. They may get through the selection, like say maybe Thursday, and take Friday off and start trial on Monday. The jury is not sequestered in this trial. So we may not actually start trial till maybe Monday, right? I would say Friday at best. Would they do opening statements on Friday? Who knows? But something interesting. Well, we'll get. Yeah. Actually, let me finish that. So I was watching. Was it yesterday? During their jury selection, I decided to listen in on some of that this morning. And there was some pretrial stuff going on, and they were asking about expert witnesses and all that. And a name came up. I was like, whoa, wait a second. Doctor who? Because I know her, and I was impressed with her in the Karen Reed trial. She'll be testifying in the Clancy trial. Dr. Lapasota. Do y'all remember Dr. Lapasota? The forensic pathologist in Karen Reed, for those of you who followed the Reed trial. We covered it here. As soon as he said the name, I was like, wait a minute, that's our little doctor lady. Anyway, they had so I have that clip, right? We can review that because we want to be caught up as if we're going to be covering the trial. All right, so David, y'all, there was a little piece of information that dropped that was weird. Did y'all hear anything about him having a song drop on Spotify for like 8 hours? while he's sitting in jail, mind you. I don't know the whole story. I don't even know if it's in this actual news. I think it is talked about in this news clip that I got. We're going to take a look at this because the preliminary hearing for David is kicking off today. It's scheduled to run for a couple of days. There's a lot of evidence to move through, and a lot happens in a prelim that we really wish we could see for our own eyes and hear. Super important. Transparency and all. It's a real pain in the ass to try to cover a case, and you have to get all the updates at night, and you got to find the most reliable people to get it from, and then you're up later, working later, trying to get, but it's you do what you got to do. Started that shit way back in the Lori Vallow trial when we got audio at the end of the damn day because her little bitch ass didn't want to be on TV. Jesus Christ. Anyway, we gonna do what we gotta do. But David had a little song appear on the Spotify for like 8 hours. Y'all don't follow the Spotify stuff. So did y'all see it? Anybody hear it? What was it? What's happening here? How did a song drop for 8 hours? Who did that? Is it a conspiracy theory? Did David get on his little jailhouse tablet and be like, it's time to drop my Spotify song. My prelim starts tomorrow. Did that happen? Did one of the attorneys do it? Oh, no. No. Let's hope not. It's publicist? Maybe? My best guess would be a publicist that could access the account. But why would you do that when your boy's fixing to go to, I don't know. See, it's weird. Oh, shaboogs. I don't even follow that whole situation because it's politics, but I get what I'm picking up what you're putting down. A preliminary hearing is not a trial. It's just a preliminary hearing, right? And not everybody can understand that. And even if I see overwhelming circumstantial evidence at a prelim, that don't mean I'm going into the trial convinced a person's guilty. It shouldn't. It honest to God should not be that way, but I understand it's not always that way. There is damage that can be done with pretrial publicity and preliminary hearings. Brian Koberger, prime example. We were all set to go to the big preliminary hearing and finally hear the fucking goods on this guy, right? No, not so fast. Canceled, brakes on. Grand jury indictment coming. We can indict a ham fucking sandwich, including Brian Koberger, on probable cause. Because IGG don't count. That's a problem under the Constitution of the United States of America, people, no matter how you look at it, or that case, or Brian Koberger, it's a problem. When the appeal is filed, maybe one day, allegedly, on the grounds of ineffective counsel, and some of these issues I talk about come up, I don't know, let's have a conversation about it. I could be dead ass wrong. I also think Ramsland will issue that book one day. I don't know. Y'all let a girl dream, okay? Let me live. And that's wild to say because I don't want Koberger to get off on anything. But what will happen is the precedents that will be set with the use of IGG during an open investigation. They wanted to keep that so hush-hush, and Nancy Guthrie testing a glove 2 miles away for no good reason. Got to prove it's part of the crime scene. You can't speculate or have a gut feeling. It's against the Constitution of the United States of America. Enough of the freedom fighting. We got some criminals to put under the fucking prison. Too bad Koberger. I think Koberger will always stay there. But the death penalty's gone, so I don't know what he's going to fight for, honestly. A new trial to maybe hope I can beat that Sheath shit one day. Doubt it, right? But is he the little engine that tried and could and still will? I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him. I don't know if it'll get anywhere, honestly, if it ever did. It might just go dead in the water. Who knows? All right. Now I've unpacked my 2 cents on the Brian Koberger shit once again. People want to call me blind. You don't see what's happening over there, Salty. What the fuck? Y'all don't. What? With all your weird Shit. All right. Oh, Stacy Wondra. What the fuck are you doing over here, weirdo? This weirdo, who deserves to be under the jail if found guilty, he wants to exclude some canine experts and stuff, y'all. He asked to be transferred over to a different county for trial. They got that granted. So now they're going to be doing it in Canyon County. Rachel, Payette County versus Canyon. Are they next door? I haven't looked. She's our Idaho girl. A lot of inmates put in to be transferred, you know. I mean, sometimes it's granted. It depends. Depends on circumstances. Like, you know, is the parent aging and ailing? Is the inmate ailing and ailing? You know what I mean? In Florida, they might move you closer to your family in Florida. Maybe if they give a shit today. But under certain circumstances, they will. Or they say they try to anyway. Let me put it that way. No, what? Hold on, guys. I need to mute for 1 second. Wow. Wow. Some people really, really should find better things to do in life and really learn to where to direct all their energy. The Koberger case cannot get any crazier than it already. I don't know if it'll ever end either, just like Sebastian. These entitled ass people blow me away with their sense of entitlement on the Brian Koberger case. It's to the point you probably can't even do a show about it. Well, hell, we've tried here and got trolled for the fun of it, not by pro burgers. I'm not going to blame that on them. It wasn't them. It was because somebody wanted to have fun and they chose that subject to do it because they knew it would be an issue because it was Koberger, right? So trolls. Do a show about Sebastian Rogers pre-trial, or you know, as soon as he's missing investigation, somebody wants to comment your shit's fake. Problematic people on these YouTube streets putting out problematic information. It's fucking a problem to me. I'm sorry. This title alone, that I don't even want to just share it with y'all because I'm not doing this shit. It just bothered me because can we victim drag some more? And yet all these trauma channels out there calling out the true crime grifters, harming the victims and their families, are missing this shit. Totally fucking missing it. I wonder why. Oh, that's right. They're involved in their own motherfucking drama right now that they fucking created. So, I'm sorry, rant over. I will never let that go or get over it. That's what bothers me the most, watching all this shit show unfold before my very fucking eyes. You're missing it right here in front of your faces. If you are calling out true crime grifting, right? And those bad actors on YouTube harming families. Nobody cares about the Idaho 4 victims? Am I legit the only fucking one? Jesus. I'm sorry, Kaylee Gonzalez. You deserved so much fucking better than what you got on these streets. So much fucking better. Have y'all heard me describe what Brian Koberger did to Kaylee Gonzalez alone? Regardless of who his target was and who was first. What he did to Kaylee Gonzalez alone was fucking horrific. It always was. And I always knew it. Some people need a fucking reality check. That title ain't wrong about that part. Reality check this shit. Lord, I'm going to be forced into doing some shit I don't want you to do. Jesus, forgive me. Y'all, I probably need to mute for a moment and take a break, honest to God, because I don't like getting like that. And nothing sends me there like that shit with the Idaho 4 case. I don't even know what the conversation's going to be about. The title alone was enough to do it. And I just cannot stand it. Y'all want to watch the beach for a second while I take a quick break and get me a fresh cup of coffee? Like, I just need to go outside for a moment and smoke a cigarette. I'm real as they get, and I do not smoke in my house. But I want to breathe for a moment and really sit with that for a second. Oh my God. Because I don't want to take that shit to bed with me later. I'm going to have to let it go, right? I'm going to take my own fucking advice and let it go. Or do I? Do I blow off steam and then let it go? Michael Bond's case is extremely personal in Payette County. Oh, I imagine. It's the population's way smaller, right? Okay. Usually it is a county right next door, Anna. That's what I was figuring. It was probably relatively close because you can't go too far. You got to do everything, right? All the things. They just granted it, so they just started a docket there, right, for Canyon County. Because there's a couple of dockets that were things that were filed on the old docket that are relevant right now, but now that the new ish, there's also a couple of new ones on the new docket. Let me get that out right. Let me get that out. All right. Hang on. Let me see what I got here. Besides, I'm going to go grab a coffee in just a second. That shit sends me like, I don't like getting there. And I can't believe it's happening like that to that extent. And people who claim to call that stuff out, and that's what they exist for, just have completely missed it for a year. They used to cover it back in the day, right? When it was popular at the moment. It's been non-relevant to them for so long. And it's like, if that's what you're here for and that you're calling out that, then what about that, right? I can't. So I see you. Let me just say that. And I'm talking about crime channels, not true crime channels. Oh, y'all don't forget. Tonight, I think, kicks off Web Sleuths Trisha's Into the World, Not Into the World party, just in case Chad got the wrong day party. I may or may not be in attendance throughout the night. Because I support victims and families. Trisha, you old bat in a hat. Making me do recon all through the fucking night. Do I gotta watch you sleep on a damn couch for real? Clipping that shit if I see it. I don't know why it didn't go to. I think the reason it didn't go to Kootenai, Anna, honestly, is because Boise had already dealt with two back-to-back high-profile trials, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. They didn't play around. They could handle the load, especially with the media. And the judges already had experience, right? Even though they had a different judge, the judge for Koberger case knew the other judge very well, and he followed along with some of their the things they implemented for those two trials. He was going to also implement for the Koberger trial. So I think that was the ultimate decision, right? Defense is like, we need to move this case. It's too small in Moscow. I got to do this big survey. It's a huge thing. Judge is like, okay, fine. You want to play? We'll move you, all right. all the way to Ada County. Or they got experience to deal with your ass, ma'am. I'm just Judge out here trying to get to retirement soon. This is a lot, ma'am. You're a lot. You're throwing a lot of emotions at me, Ann Taylor, and it's too much for Judge. I'm a thinker. So it'll take me too long to decide on this shit because I don't want to be wrong. Ada County can have at it. That's what happened, y'all. A case in West Virginia. You know how to hit me up, Carrie. Okay. So let me get this up first. Let me play this. This was Jesse Weber. Jesse Weber. Little Jesse. I used to make fun of Jesse's hair. Not make fun of his. I used to say he looked like a 70s porn star. Because he just did. But I didn't dislike Jesse. All right, Jesse Weber here talking. And I think this is where Lauren Conlon joins him. And remember, she's going to be at the preliminary hearing today. And I know Enton said he was going to be down there as well. So this is their interview that they did ahead of today's hearing. Let me make this. All right, is that better? Okay. Yeah, I don't know about the political part. I try so hard to separate the politics from litigation. It takes me a minute to go there. It's there. Don't get me wrong, it's there, but don't make me go there. If that's the only game, if that's the end game, I got issues all the way around, right? But no, I think it's more along the lines of the experience, the larger jury pool that was going to come out of Ada County. It was a lot of factors. They didn't make that decision lightly because Ann Taylor Brian, his defense attorney, made a very big deal about it, right? So she got exactly what she wanted, in my opinion. All right. Jesse's going to take us on this interview about this critical hearing in the David case today, guys. And then we're going to get into some document reads and things of that nature here in a little while. Y'all, thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Y'all hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. Get these topics out there so people can get their updates on these particular subjects here. Hey, Angel, welcome in. All right. So, like I said, Jesse Weber update here with Lauren Conlon, I believe, on the David case, guys.
Biggest days yet in the case against singer David. 21-year-old, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, is scheduled to return to a Los Angeles courtroom for a preliminary hearing. This is where a judge will decide whether prosecutors have presented enough evidence for this case to move to trial. Low standard, probable cause. Hearing is expected to last 3 days. You're going to have both sides argue over the mountain of evidence collected during this high-profile investigation. And one of the details to be discussed is whether Burke is going to appear in visible restraints while in that courtroom. Now, we know Burke has pleaded not guilty. He is innocent until proven guilty, or unless proven guilty. And the charges that he faces include first-degree murder, continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14, unlawful mutilation of human remains, because prosecutors allege he killed 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, dismembered her body, before her remains were discovered months later inside the front trunk of an impounded Tesla allegedly registered to him out in L.A. And prosecutors have also filed special circumstance allegations that could lead to the most severe penalties if he's convicted. There's also another strange twist in this case. There was a new song that was reportedly by David. It was titled Marinescence, suddenly appeared on his official Spotify page on Thursday, remained available for about 8 hours, and then kind of vanished without explanation. Obviously sparked a wave of questions online. But I want to bring in somebody who's been following this case from the very beginning. Los Angeles Magazine's Lauren Conlon arguably knows this case just as well as I do. I don't brag, but I feel like I know this case pretty well, which is why I want to start here, Lauren. Generally speaking, it's a low burden. The question I don't even think is the prosecution going to have enough to move forward? The question I have is, what are we going to learn that we don't know already? What are you going to be on the lookout for? What information are you going to say, we didn't know this beforehand?
Jesse, it's interesting because I feel like we know a lot circumstantially. There is a lot of circumstantial evidence here, but I do feel like between possible witnesses, David's friends, maybe they can testify about the relationship when maybe they notice that something might have been a little off. Celeste may have been a little bit young, as
You're
well
talking
as the
about Neil
LAPD.
Langston and Asia Collins, because they posted on social media. Asia posted recently about her alleged conversation with David about Celeste being a minor.
I did. I saw that. I found that she was kind of talking in circles, in my opinion, and she really was trying to do damage control here. I mean, as anyone would. But yeah, I think that it's possible we do hear from them to establish this relationship or to help establish. I think it's possible that we may hear from Celeste's family. I don't anticipate them being in the gallery because I think they could be potential witnesses here, as well as David's family. I mean, we know that the grand jury was trying to call David's family and they were actively trying to fight it. I do also believe that we may hear from the medical examiner as well as the LAPD to establish her actual homicide, because we know that the medical examiner ruled her death a homicide by 2 penetrating wounds to the torso here. So, I'm wondering, I guess, how the defense is going to fight this.
They're going to challenge it. They're going to challenge it. They're going to challenge cause of death. They came out, right? They came out at the beginning and said he did not murder her. He is not the cause of her death. And there's been a lot of questions between the back and forth of the medical examiner's office and the LAPD and the sealing the records. Now the Emmy's office is under investigation. I feel like this is going to be a sense where we see the defense challenging that.
Yeah, of course. And can the defense poke holes in everything you just said? Absolutely. But Jesse, everything we know here, I mean, what, did somebody pop out of the bushes at David's home and stab this poor girl? I mean, he's either the unluckiest guy in the world, or there's so many coincidences. And yes, we're going to learn more, but sorry, continue.
No. I'm just going to ask you a question here. It's a big question I've had from the very beginning. In one of the prosecution's filings, they claim David lured her to his house, right? That he stabbed her and then watched her bleed out. Now, I looked at that and I said, how do they know that? Do they know that because they claim, they're assuming, they make the argument he never called emergency services, right? That's the allegation. Or was there a witness? Was there surveillance footage? Is anyone else involved in this whatsoever had knowledge? I turn it to you.
My guess, my speculation is no. They're determining this based on the medical examiner's reports, based on the autopsy. We know that this poor girl did bleed out internally, and that does take time, Jesse. I mean, per the reports, it took up to 40 minutes. So I think that this was just sort of the way that they phrased this, because we all know what happened to her after she passed away. We know what happened to her remains. So I think the phrasing is that, yeah, he quote, waited around before he allegedly dismembered her. And let's not forget also, I mean, in her body, there were blue fragments from the inflatable pool that was found in his garage. So I go back and say, yeah, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence here. And again, I like to come at these cases, obviously, from an unbiased perspective. Sure. But right now, all I know is what the prosecution has. I don't know what the defense is going to say. So I'm ready for it.
So 2 things about that, right? The blue inflatable pool, one of the items that he allegedly purchased to, dismember her body, cover it up. To be clear, even if the judge determines there's enough evidence to move to trial, he's still innocent unless proven guilty. He has not been found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a determination for trial. Just want to make that clear. Look, I'll tell you, the digital evidence. If you're asking me one of the things I'm looking out for, are we going to know the alleged text messages between David and Celeste? Is this judge going to see the alleged child pornography that prosecutors claim are on David's devices?
I think that the text messages are definitely going to come out. The gallery, I know, in the media, we are obviously not going to see the CSAM material, but this is going to be presented. And look, should this get to trial, which I think it will, the jury will most likely see that. And it's going to be really troubling, Jesse. It's going to be really damaging, as well as autopsy photos. I mean, look, I don't think, because it's the preliminary hearings, I don't think we're going to see anything graphic like that. But Jesse, we're going to hear some graphic stuff. I do believe that's coming. And so I feel for anyone that is in the camp of Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
Me too. And I'll just tell you, it's not for gratuitous.
Okay, that was about the end of that anyway. So there's a lot of, we've known about all of the evidence they just discussed. So it would be interesting to see that preliminary hearing to see what they actually presented. And Anna, you're right. I saw your comment here. In a liberally political area, there's less chance of the DP. But Idaho has a strong support for their death penalty, kind of like Florida, right? And, they did away, they made the firing squad their top choice. So, they're heavily leaning, but they having issues, right? You got Creech, who they failed to put to death because they couldn't get a vein. And they know that these guys will purposely dehydrate themselves. So when it comes time to get the needle, it's not going to work. You can't, if the vein's collapsing from dehydration, it won't work. So that happened with Creech. And him and another guy are now suing the state of Idaho, right? So there's already a big issue in the state. And then the Gonzalez family are pushing for certain bills in the state, all right? So there's a big debate about that. And when my solution, and I'm from a death penalty state where people support the shit out of it, since it's such a problem for these trials, let's remove it completely, because guess what? They're going to die either way in prison, right? Isn't that the goal? Life in prison, like to death, right? Same thing. It's different manner. So in game, same result, right? We can make it so much simpler, but no, people choose to make it complicated and make that death penalty is a huge debate. And defense attorneys love that debate, and they latch on to it, right? Regardless of how they feel deep down inside. They know that's a battle that they can always bank on. So there's one way to solve it. Say bye-bye. All right, so Rachel, thank you. She sent me, there's an update with Brian Enton. I haven't watched it yet. Was outside the courtroom. He has a short. Is that what it is, Rachel? Thank you. I knew you would keep me updated. In fact, if you see an update that I don't see yet, Rachel, let me know in the chat, because I'll probably miss the notification, and then I'll check. Because periodically we'll go check the Twitters for tweets. He said the hearing was it started in my ear, sorry. He's outside the courthouse in Los Angeles. This was earlier. All right. Oh, come on.
See all the cameras are outside for the hearing for David, the preliminary hearing, which is set to start here in a little while and last several days. A lot of new evidence expected to come out because there's been a lot of secrecy in this case, especially involving the medical examiner report. I did get a ticket to go inside. It was quite a process. Had to get here at 7 a.m. And then they basically have like a lottery. So everybody that wants to go inside gets a little ticket. And then they put them in like one of those little things where they move it around, and then they draw the numbers, and I just got lucky. I think they called like...
Nice. So Brian got lucky and got in, y'all. Look, little Luck's always smiling on little Brian Enton. He's just out there doing the Lord's work, right? And he getting little blessings. Well, thank you for letting Brian Enton in, because he's a trusted source over here. All right, Brian, fill us in.
10 people. So I'll keep you guys posted. There's no cameras allowed in court. There's no live transmitting allowed, so like no live tweeting or anything. So information will only be able to come out during breaks. So one of my producers is going to go into, and I will be on News Nation, and I'll have a podcast with a full update from the day, kind of with everything that happens, like really, really detailed notes. So David, of course, by the way, for
News Nation's paying my News Nation's gonna pay Brian Enton for this one. Yes, sir.
those of you guys who haven't been following, it's a singer accused of killing Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Really, really sad case. It's kind of interesting being at this courthouse in LA, by the way, just because it's like had so many big cases. OJ, Michael Jackson. I've actually never covered a story here before. So, all right, talk to you guys later. Hey guys, so I'm outside.
Okay, well, we can rely on some quality updates from Brian at the end of the day on that subject. Forrest says we don't have DP in Canada. You get sentenced to life with a minimum of 25 years, and then after that is parole hearings, but no guarantee of freedom there. I agree with that. Don't know if everybody should get the chance at parole, but we do 25 years here all the time, and you can get the possibility of parole, but circumstances, I guess, would play into that. But murder, no, life in prison, right? Is that even on a murder charge, Forrest? I'm curious. Do murder defendants get a chance at parole after 25 years, like automatically, or is it just like depends? Oh goodness, 70 people at a summer camp. Shit. See, there's weirdos everywhere, y'all. You can't hardly be safe going nowhere. A hike, alone, a walk, a jog, a grocery store trip, to pick up the babies from the daycare and stopping for gasoline. What the fuck? Poof. Out of your bed in the middle of the night. All right. We'll have to call them experts to testify when stuff goes down. And this one that's testifying in Clancy. Okay, I wanted to go over some of the Wondra stuff real quick to get us just a little update. There's not much there. I mean, there's a couple of documents there, but they are not long. They're brief, right? That case has been relatively just blah. You know what I mean, as far as documents go, and they really tried to tamper down public display, I guess, of this case, because it could go high profile at any moment, right? And I don't know if because it was at one point all in YouTube, and I don't know if that's going to blow back up once he is at trial. But I would rather it all be just and fair, right? And Brandy deserves so much more than a mistrial in any kind of way. So them kind of protecting this case, really, whatever. I've been watching it, right? So when I saw this movement, I was like, what's going on over there, Wondra? Because I'm keeping my eye on you, sir. We don't take kindly to what you are accused of doing around here to that little monkey Vaughn. No. We don't do that. He has a memo in support. It's a motion in limine. So it's a memo in support of their motion in limine. And the motion in limine is to exclude some canine experts. And they wanted a hearing for reliability of scientific evidence. And I believe it was granted. Let me look at my notes here. What do I got? So the motion in limine was filed for this. They're seeking a hearing. Okay, August 4th kicks off pretrial conference. August 11th and 12th, Canyon County, they will discuss the motion to exclude the canine expert here on one of those 2 days. I'm not real sure. Motion to express also will be discussed in that 2-day hearing that's set for now. Is the Thanksgiving apology letter that was discovered in Wondra's jail cell. There was apparently an unfinished apology letter to Michael Vaughn's parents. So motion to suppress that, and a motion to suppress this canine expert material. All right. There was also a motion to seal records filed. I think that was a motion to seal the memo in support of the motion in limine. All right. So then there was, going back to early July, state's objection to defendant's motion to dismiss. Once they got to the new county, Canyon County here, I believe it was, they filed motion to dismiss. That also needs to be heard, I believe. Motion to dismiss was filed June 18th, I believe it is. August 18th, a hearing is scheduled on the motion to dismiss. Those are rarely granted, right? I think Stacy's already tried that before, if I'm not mistaken. Keys by Rena. Rena, welcome in. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. How are you? I'm glad you could catch a live. Thank you for your support. We appreciate that. Okay, so there's that. And like I said, they had the motion to change venue, and that was granted. Now, we do have July 13th, order request to obtain approval to video audio broadcast court proceedings. I'm assuming that's for the new court because that was already granted in the other. Amended order to what is this? Is this the order? Let me see real quick what this is. Oh, it's request for approval for everything going down in Canyon by the media. Okay, so they should grant it. Idaho usually does. Lori Vallow's trial was not televised, but audio was released later, but everybody else has had their trial televised. Koberger's was set to be televised, so it's not like Idaho dances in the dark like Indiana and Kentucky. I thought this memo to exclude these experts was interesting. And I think it said, like, hang on, let me look. I think it was like they're going to show specific areas they're objecting to for some reason. Of course, they're going to object to damaging evidence coming into court, right? The defense will. And I think there was a list, if I'm not mistaken, if this is the right document. This is like a 28-page document on this particular. Let's see, it's not in this one. No. This is the memorandum in support of the motion to exclude the canine. And they want to do it under 702 on the reliability of scientific evidence. That's like they want to hold like a Fry hearing to test the validity of the dogs. Do the dogs find something the defense doesn't like? Let's look. Let's take a look. What's going on over there, Wondra? What are you filing, sir? Thought we weren't looking? We don't take kindly to alleged child killers trying to get away with it. If they did it, no sirree. What's going on with these canines? Statement of facts. On July 27, 2021, Michael Vaughn was last saw by his father, Tyler Vaughn, around 6 p.m. to 6:15 when Tyler went to lay down with his youngest child. Around 6:45, after Tyler ordered pizza, he went back into the living room and noticed that Michael was no longer on the couch playing his Nintendo Switch. Tyler began to look around the house and the splash pad, and as Michael was known to wander the neighborhood. Splash pad was down the street, right there. Police were called at 7:21 to report that. Whoa, my screen jumped. It had a fit. I have batteries coming. I'm lazy and didn't go to the store. I ordered batteries. Y'all know I was having those mouse issues. It's like battery emergencies as my grandbaby robbed me. He swapped me almost bad ones for my good ones is what had happened. I need to get a whole different setup here eventually. Okay. It'll dawn on me one day. I'm like, oh yeah, I wanted to do that. Like, I'll forget otherwise. All right. Until the shit don't work no more, then I'm like, oh yeah, I was gonna do that. All right. So back to this. to report Michael was missing from July 27 until present day. Fruitland Police Department, along with the FBI. Let me remove that banner out of y'all's way. Okay. There we go. As part of the efforts to find Michael, Fruitland Police Department tapped into the live scent tracking canine and human remains detection networks to try to find some leads as to where Michael was located. They got the Exhibit D listed starting on July 28th of 2021. Hiccups again. Sorry. 2020, July 28th of 2021. The police department employed canines from Idaho Fish and Game, Idaho Mountain Rescue, Mercer County, California Canine, Banshee, and Handler Wit. Mountain States Detection Dogs, Inc., a company ran by Julie Gibson and her two canine partners, Yodi and Yannick, a National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which is known as NCMEC, exhibit are their canines. NCMEC's canines, okay. So Exhibit D, as of February 14th, 2025, Fruitland Police Department employed Fide Canine Cold Case for their canine resources. In 2025, they were still using canine resources in this case. Are they still searching for Michael Vaughn? Based on what and where are they looking? Okay, I might just be reading too much into this. Let me finish reading the document, right? Notably, my mind just starts to wonder when I start reading stuff. I get ahead of myself. Notably, from all the canine searches performed at the preliminary hearing, that State focused on 3 canine teams that includes 1 canine and 1 handler. These teams were Handler Witt and Canine Banshee, Handler Gibson and Canine Yodi, Handler Herbert and Canine Bannock. However, between July 21 to February 25th, there were the following canine searches, both tracking and cadaver capabilities. So yeah, between July of 2021 all the way to last year, we're conducting canine searches in the Michael Vaughn case. Michael Vaughn's never been found. Stacey Wondra is on trial for his unaliving. YouTube's not been kind to me lately. I gotta be gentle. 4 in a row. And it's only the children topics that take the hit. But that's okay. They matter more than that little hit. We gotta be gentle. On July 28, 2021, Canine Daytona and handler Rory Olson and flanker Brian Marinelli, Canine Shotsky. For real, Shotsky's the dog. Is that the dog's name? And handler Lisa Barr. Thank God I don't see Canine Jules in there. Anyway, so that's 2021. This is July 2021, the next day. These are different dogs. What are they saying about all these dogs? July, we have more dogs. The handlers are all listed with their dogs. July 31st, 2021. So all these are 2021. Then you go to all the way to August 4, 2021. And then it goes August 5th, 21. What's going on here in this word salad document? Oscar the handler. Then they go August 7, 2021. So is this August 5th, 2021? See, they're ridiculous. Typo. August 11th, 2021. So they're going all the way down the list. Hang on, let me navigate this better. June 27th, October 5th. This is 2022 now. When did they? November 16, 2021. There was a canine unit involved. And then you go to June of 2022. After the winter's over, the summer comes. And then you go October 5, 2022. Search at Red Wing House. What the hell? Good God, we got to sneak a weekend show in just to cover this shit. What's happening? What is that? Where is that? What's going on? Whose house is that? Why are we doing this? Is that their house again? Right? Is that their address? Is that correct? I can't recall. I don't have a memory recall of exactly their road. Is that the one where they dug up, in the yard? Same house? Is that a different house? Huh. November 14, 2022, another K9 unit involved. Did not take alert. Brewsters showed slight chance of behavior, and Yodi produced an alert, wherever that was, on the November 14, 2022. November 14, 2022, again with more search dogs. November 15th, a search dog things. April 12, 2023. Again, they halt from November like till April now, to the spring comes. April 2023, we have more activity here. February 7th of 2024. March 29. This was at West Victory Road, Nampa, Idaho, with a cold case team. Damn. Let me see what y'all are saying. I don't take it as problematic either, Anna. The defense, I think, is reaching. You know what I mean? Hard. We'll see what they got to say for themselves here in a second. You think it's the Wondra house, Rocky? I think so, right? Where's this other place at though? West Victory Road in Nampa. With the Fied Canaan cold case. November 25, 2024. Searches with these at Birding Island in New Plymouth. Search Birding Island in New Plymouth. What the hell? They're gonna make me pull up a map. Y'all got time to do a 6-hour true crime stream? Today I'm taking the day off from life, for legit. I woke up early, made coffee. I told my son on his way out, I was like, grandbaby's not coming home tonight. He's staying at his Nana's, right? He's like, yep. I was like, I'm not cooking any dinner. I could care less. You're going to bring me home something. I'll send you some money later. He's like, okay. So I'm going to have dinner delivered to me later, and I'm going to be kind to myself. And you know what I mean? So I'm just here for it. I gotta go check on the puppy in a minute. I did let her outside by herself. The other dog didn't want to go. It's nice out right now, so the puppy was frolicking in the yard, so I just let her be. She loves it so. Oh my God, dog's a trip. So Birding Island in New Plymouth, where the hell's that at? How's it relevant? 2025. Fruitland impound lot. Oh, they were searching a vehicle at the impound lot. Whose vehicle? One of Stacy Wondra's old vehicles? His wife's? Roommates? What do we have here at the Fruitland impound lot? What was kept at the impound lot, y'all? Whose vehicle? February 14th, 2025. More activity. This one was in searched Mountain View Cemetery in Ledore, Idaho. Did I say that right, Rach? Ledore. That was March of 2025. Did I see that, Anna? Something about the fence line, maybe? There was an alert back there, too. Brandon Shirtleff's mom's, maybe? Okay, at the Napa residence. Okay, that makes sense. Stacy's truck, maybe, Rachel says. Hmm. Okay. Thanks, guys. I know a lot of y'all followed this a little more closely than I did and can remember more. I know Rachel has followed it as well. Of these searches, both of live scent tracking and human remains detection, the following positive alerts occurred that the state presented at the preliminary hearing during March of 2026. We knew that hearing happened, but I haven't done a breakdown on that thing yet, so we'll review it now. Exhibit F, all right, K9 Banshee with handler Witt tracked 3 trails based on starting not at the Vaughn house, but at random intersection with scent pads from a pillow used by Michael as well as family members and a shoe used from Michael, with the possibility of other family members' scent being on the shoes. So that's an argument for the defense right there, right? They're like, well, there's a multiple scents. Okay. These are dogs. If you know, do you know Animal Planet 101 from way, way, way back in the day? You'd be surprised how strong that dog's nose is. Do y'all know your dog knows you're coming if you're a mile away? They're in the house chilling like a villain. Unless yours has got separation anxiety. Y'all know what he's doing. He's spazzing, but they can hear you coming a mile away. Do they greet you at the door when you walk in? They know the sound of your vehicle. That's how they know when a strange vehicle's in the yard, right? That ain't my mom and daddy's vehicle. Screw that. We're not having that shit here today. Get out of here, car. I had a dog like that once. She didn't like nothing in the yard. You don't belong here. Goodbye. I said goodbye now. She was the best dog ever, actually. All right. Anyway, they're reaching a little bit here with that. Wonder what the judge will just say during a hearing to evaluate the validity of these scent dogs, right? Going to test the weight of the evidence. Well, okay, the judge is going to have to hear it. So Banshee was in scent according to her owner and followed 3 trails. One of those trails leading to a set of deer antlers in a yard. Okay. One of those trails leading to the edge of the bluff area where Banshee was so incensed that the trail was ended, even though K9 Banshee attempted to go into a particularly thorny, overgrown bush. Remember when Max the dog jumped into the pond trailing Sebastian's scent? Boom, right in the pond. This dog wants to jump into the overgrown thorny bush. It was so on it, right? So to speak. That's wild. Their reaction, if I was a dog handler, honest to God, and I'm not, but knowing dog nature, I would have to also evaluate that dog's behavior as he's trailing a scent and what he actually is like if he goes along an area and okay, there's like the antlers are there, but if they go into a dead, like they're in a dead ass, they're going to get that right. That's behavior has to play a little bit into it, I would think. As far as reading your dog, I don't know. It's always interesting to see how judges weigh in on this kind of stuff. One of the trails leading on the edge of the bluff. Okay, and then one of those trails leading to the edge of the bluff area where Banshee was so incensed the trail was ended, even though K9 Banshee attempted to go into the thorny bush. Okay, one trail led to the corner house on Meadowbrook between the main door and garage area of 1102 Redwig Street. So that would be Stacy's house, right? Detecting human remains outside of the Snowball house and Kuna under a pile of rocks. Canine Bannock and handler Herbert detecting human remains in the backyard of Redwig House on November 12th. Jesus, what if things are being moved or something? Exhibit Canine Yodi and Yannick and handler Gibson alerted on the trunk of a white Lexus car in Fruitland impound lot. Oh, that was a white Lexus, y'all. Whose white Lexus? January 29, 2025, from the Fruitland impound lot. Dog alerts in the trunk. Who the hell's car is that they're testing in 2025? Oh my god, I don't remember. I don't know. Is that. How long has it sat in the impound lot and wonder what conditions? And I hate to ask that question, but I know things about cars sitting in impound lots where evidence has been absolutely fucking destroyed in a missing persons case. And it bothers me every time I think about it. All right. Lord have mercy. All right, so it alerts into the trunk of this white Lexus. If you wonder, the Snake River is always so where they're located, right? Because there was always the speculation about Koberger throwing that damn K-bar in the Snake River because he would have went through right through Lewiston and all this. So this is all down that way. Wouldn't have taken them long to get out to Snake River, right? Because I know where the Snake River is and how it runs through there. I've studied that Idaho map. I probably know it a little too well for somebody who don't live there. I've always said that about the streets of Moscow, Idaho. Damn it, why do I know this area so well, right? You can't help it when you're investigating something, you're all over the map. I've never really looked to see where Fruitland and all that's like popped on the map because I know Rachel knows I'm all over the Idaho 4 map and the route out. I've never recall seeing it on the map, but I understand it's small, so that's crazy. I bet you know it'd be wild. There was a lot. Bet a lot of things lie in the bottom of the Snake River, girls. All these rivers carry their secrets, don't they? Just think about it. Ain't no telling what's down there. All the bad guys' shit's chilling in the Snake River, y'all. Like, what the hell? Lord, it might be like a little haunted river. Y'all don't go out there to the Snake. Y'all choose a different body of water. I don't know if I'd be hanging out down on the Snake River. Bad things might start to happen. They're haunted waters and all. All right. And I ride through rivers that look haunted, and here I am saying that the Snake River's haunted. I don't mean no shade, Idaho. I'm just saying y'all got a lot of high-profile cases back to back in your little Snake River down there. Fuck. 4 now, counting this one. 4 high-profile cases. Oh. I'm home to Stephon Stearns. I can't say nothing, right? Yikes. He avoided the death penalty, didn't he? He wussed out on us. All right, so let me go back down to the bottom. On February 14, when there have been no remains removed from the vehicle, is this a different one? Hang on, I went too far. Okay, so now they're on to that one. Okay. Alerted the trunk of the Lexus. It is unclear whether canines alerted to the maroon GMC truck or blue Toyota car that were allegedly used in the kidnapping and not the Lexus. What kind of word salad did I just read? Is some stuff's unclear about the car? What? However, it is unclear whether the canines alerted to the maroon GMC truck or the blue Toyota car that were allegedly used in the kidnapping and not the Lexus. Confusion? See Exhibit B? All right. Interestingly, though, on February 14, 2025, when there have been no remains removed from the vehicle, 3 separate canines, Cortina, Machua, and a Peruna. Why can't people just name dogs like normal names? 2 different handlers, Sayer and Robinson, did not alert on the same white Lexus vehicle. Oh boy. How many, are they trying to bring in like a shitload of dogs and saying there was hits all over the place? Because you got to narrow it down. You're going to confuse the fuck out of your jury. Prosecution, don't pull a Casey Anthony over here. Don't do that. Is it worth it? You better critically think about your evidence and the weight you want to put on it. Y'all know I'll be fighting with myself if I'm defense attorney or prosecution. I'll have to go outside and hash it out later. The most rational way will win in the long run. It might take a minute to get there. Importantly, as it is related Wondra, there were several searches that resulted in no alerts. Like, we don't have a body, so why are we even bringing in the dogs? Because we want to keep certain other evidence in, which we may not use to gain a search warrant. I don't know. I don't know the backstory enough. I didn't read all the documents yet. Shit. Now I got questions about. See, I shouldn't have done this. All right, Lord, more non-alerts. Okay, a cadaver canine unit was deployed inside the Red Wing House, and did not alert to any scent of human remains. So that doesn't mean there was never a live scent in the home. In addition to the canine alerting to the Wandra's backyard in November of 2022 and the live scent tracking the scent from Michael Vaughn's shoes to the garage area of the house, there were positive alerts related to the case. So they're going back all that time later, and it's alone is problematic. It can be a tool, right, to use in the investigation, but the validity of that in court is questionable. Like, for a lot, I'm just being honest. I can't have feels because of what he did or allegedly did at this point. The Constitution matters to me. Because that's your grounds for appeal each and every fucking time. And I don't want to see those appeals. Good God. We got shitloads of people getting appeals left and right now, and I bet you money Brick Allen will get denied. And I will probably lose all faith in the system if that happens. Simply on the grounds of why not? Why not? I have no idea if that man's innocent or guilty because y'all won't let me see the trial. And for some reason, he's still hid out in a prison somewhere in America. Waiting on that hearing to come up with the Supreme Court for oral arguments to be granted a new trial, along with Letitia Stalk, Alex Murdaugh, and Adam Montgomery. And Lori Vallow is fighting for her appeal in Idaho right now. Will the bitch get it granted? These stupid ass people. So, if this private properties, are they just getting, are they using these searches to get warrants? Or they got warrants and went and search? I don't know. I don't know where their search warrant list is at. Now they're going to Ada County. Canine tracking the scent, Michael Vaughn's shoes. There were other positive alerts related to this case. K9 Blue and handler Michelson alerted at 907 9th Street. Is all of this right there in the neighborhood, y'all, where he would like leave his house and go down the like riding his little bike or trike or whatever, or walking, whatever he was doing when he wandered away from the house to go play? He probably went toward that splash pad to go play. Dad's laying down with the baby. Mom's at work. I'm a big boy. Am I going to go play and come back? Is that what his little kid was thinking? And someone took extreme advantage of it. Y'all, I was watching a case last night on like, what was it? Like, was I on Peacock or Hulu? I forget which one. And like, it just rolled into like a crime episode of something. But it was a real case. And these three boys back in the day, no cell phones, just land-to-land line phones, right? Their mom and dad go to dinner, but they have a friend, two brothers. They have a friend that comes over to hang out, and they wanted to go get a movie at the Tom Thumb. And back then, that was the thing. You ride your bike to Tom Thumb, you get a movie. They had a little rental section back there, and you ride home. It's like fucking down the street. So that was like their little thing, right? So the boys are like in 6th grade. So the parents go to their dinner. The boys call, or the parents call to check on them. They ask for permission to go get the movie. Yes, go get it. Come right back, blah, blah, blah. The boys go back, though, but in the meantime, what happens was in that short ride to the store, right, they come back down the little dark road, and they have their flashlight. A man appears out of nowhere with a weapon. And he makes them all three lay down in the ditch. And then he tells one to get up and run, tells the second one to get up and run. They both do, and when they look back, the third one never gets up and runs. He takes the third one. In the dead of, that it was 8:30 at night, it was dark. But that fast, that nobody saw a thing. Isn't that wild? So to think it can't, and that was a real life case. So they don't just disappear. Yes, they do. Walking right down Main, one could go missing, and nobody even noticed it's happened. No fault of their own. When y'all are out and about and you see a little kid wandering, do you look around to see if there's an adult nearby? Just in case? I do. It's overwhelming at times. I got to make sure that little one's got a big person right nearby. Okay, yeah, good. They're good. Each and every time. I can't have little ones wandering around unattended near me. That's not going to happen. I'm going to be following along. Are they going to link up with an adult here in a minute? They're looking around. They appear to be wandering. It's very exhausting going out in public. I got to come home and lie down afterwards. Got to go take care of the people. All right. It's sad that the little kid just maybe wandered out the door to go play, right? So innocently while dad laid down with the baby. And somebody took it upon their evil self to do this, to take him right out of his own little neighborhood, trying to mind his own little business, living his best little fucking life. Jesus Christ, Stacey Wondra, you and your weirdo people. I can't with Defendant Shaw. I accidentally tear them down. Like, they deserve it, though. But they're like getting hits everywhere. That's concerning. New Plymouth and all the dogs showed interest in an area covered by sawgrass at the cattail plants. What the hell is the cattail plants, and what's it got to do with this? What are we doing now? They also alerted to a different area of the pond. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are they going to map all this out for us? In court, in trial, are they going to put it? They need to show the jury what they're talking about and why they searched these locations and how they got there. That you got to do that. So I'm going to need a visual of a timeline of this events and why we're doing it. It's important if it can lead to where this child is at. I am all for it. So that's why I want to know, why are we searching these particular places to start with, and what are we finding? Where are you getting your information to search those locations from? because you need to be specific when you're breaking out the scent dogs. We're not going out willy-nilly like people want us to do out there in the Nancy Guthrie case. Just go out there with your scent dogs. Where? Where are we going first? Any ideas? Here's their arguments. A hearing on the admissibility of the state's evidence is required in order to fulfill the foundational requirement for the admissibility of expert testimony and advice pursuant to IRE 702. Well, Stacy was described towing Brandon's car back to Fruitland that night. Oh, they took a number of small state highways. So you think that's like locations along that route, Anna? Lake Lowell is a place of interest for the remains. In the early in 2025, thousands of snow geese died. Oh, bless their little hearts, from the avian flu at that location. Which, oh, they cleaned up. Did they find anything during their cleanups? Right, they'll like drain everything. Are they man-made ponds and stuff? You got to clean up that bird flu type stuff. We don't want none of that either. Ew. They did take state roads and made sure it was at night. Those state highways, Rachel, Anna, I get it. Why would you go any other way, right? I mean, I live on a state highway. I get it. It's dark out there in Tulane for a very long time with nothing but the woods to line the streets, right? The Florida pines. Drive right through them on that state highway. Right through the state parks. It's beautiful. Tall Florida pines that whip in the winds when the hurricanes come. They lay straight over. Tall ass bitches. It's crazy to watch them, actually. They whip in the wind. You don't want anyone near your house. No, though, that shit's crazy. You got to get rid of that. It'll take your house out. It's kind of like the rule of thumb. Nothing near the house is a danger. All right. So are they going to say that scent dogs suck? They're not trained well. They're going to go into questioning every single scent dog's training and certificates, their handlers' training, their interpretation. Oh my God. But that's a lot of scent dogs that they're trying to bring, or information, I guess. Probably not the dogs itself. They want to bring in this information obtained through the searches, maybe. Like, but then again, why did you search here and what was found? But they're like attacking the dogs that alerted, so they can do that. Then they could get the hits tossed out as well. Do you see what I'm saying? Toss out the dogs based on they're no good, and we get to throw out all the dog scent evidence after that. Fruit of the poison tree. Idaho filings are famous for stuff like that. They love that fruit of the poison tree shit. That's why Judge was overwhelmed. He's like, oh, I cannot do this. I got to pass it over there to Ada. Them big boys are playing over there, them high profile cases. They had judge, and then the new judge was playing he was slapping his own face, calling experts conspiracy theorists. Idaho's wild, y'all. It's like the wild, wild west out there in Idaho. They're like, come at us, bro. They're a pretty tough breed out there in Idaho. I got to give them that. Hats off. I do give you guys that. You are a tough breed. And I know that because my friend Rachel resides there. And I've known that for years. But yeah, you gotta respect those tough breeds. All right. They don't want all that in. State facts, data. They're going through the reasons, and they're going through all of the reasons they want to go under these codes, right? The rules here, the Idaho rules of evidence. IRE is Idaho Rule of Evidence laws. So we're going through that. I don't see 404B, which is prior. We got 4043, 702s, 147. These are famous in Idaho, y'all. All these, it's like reading Koberger shit all over again. All right. Another rule of evidence 702 requires this court fulfill a gatekeeping function. We don't do the gatekeeping. What the hell? Idaho Rule Evidence 702 requires that this court fulfill a gatekeeping function to prevent unreliable evidence from being presented to the jury under the guise of expert testimony. Yeah, we got to be careful with the expert. I see the word Daubert. We got the Daubert hearing coming. That's what they usually do to test the validity of the evidence. You usually have the Daubert hearing. In New York, it was the Fry hearing, which was testing the validity of the DNA coming into play with the hair, right? The rootless hair, tested at Australia Labs. It was coming in, but that was New York, right? They have a different name for it. So the reliability of the scientific evidence is essentially an inquiry into whether the testing process or the technique is scientifically valid. So they want to go to have a hearing. Are these scent dogs accurate enough to be allowed into court, right? How much weight can you put on these dogs? If they find something spot on, what can you say? How do you argue that, right? So as a prosecutor, I could probably argue to get these dogs in as well versus keeping them out, right? Don't let Casey Anthony happen here. Good God Almighty. The purpose of the rules of the evidence specific to expert testimony. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's get on with that. I need more coffee already. Expert opinions that are speculative, conclusory. Now, y'all remember we just got through watching the Brent Turvey expert guy and then the Syray expert guy. Vastly different types of opinions on the defendant they were both hired to represent, so to speak. I always put the weight of the evidence on the weight I give the person delivering the evidence to me, the expert, right? Expert opinions that are speculative and conclusory, unsubstantiated, and are inadmissible because the testimony does not assist the jury. It might, if they're talking about how they got to a specific location and why, it might help. Testimony is speculative. I feel like a lot of their arguments sometimes are like fucking simple to solve. I'm like, what? Just make it fair, you dumbasses, and get it on. What are we doing all this paper in the court to death, all these stupid hearings to hash it all out? It's tiring. Just, Lord. Do this in layman terms. Let's overhaul the judicial system. Layered on these requirements are additional prerequisites. Okay. Let's see what this document goes on to say. Live scent tracking and human remains detection by canine, to which a handler interprets is so unreliable that any testimony should be excluded pursuant to Daubert because the theory cannot be tested. No safeguards to ensure scientific validity. The method is not analogous to other scientific techniques that have been scientifically validated and admissible at trial. It is based on unvalidated assumptions. The basic data is not verifiable by the court and the jury. It is not supported by a testable scientific methodology. And the probative significance of the evidence under the circumstances of the case is low, while the prejudicial nature of the evidence is high. Okay, so they're saying the evidence alone, bringing in the canine hits, is prejudicial, to the defendant, and that this carries no weight under this evidence, circumstantial, basically, and there's no testing to this validity of the science behind your canines. First and foremost, the purpose of utilization of canines in police work is to assist in locating missing persons or human remains. In this case, Michael has not been found, either alive or deceased. The canine units in this case were utilized with purpose of locating Michael or his remains. Although there have been alerts on the scene of human remains, that means absolutely nothing to a jury's inquiry into whether, at some point, Michael's body was in the Red Wings house backyard, as those alerts at best show that some form of human decay, whether that be blood from a finger cut in the backyard while doing yard work. You just, what? And they want to test the validity of these dogs. Wow, they're going to get some dog experts in. Is the judge going to allow some dog experts in? What the fuck? Hold on. So they're trying to say if there could be decay back there, but it could be from somebody cutting their finger in the yard and bleeding cause human decay. Hold up, let's read their word salad all over again. Hold on. Although there have been alerts on the scene of human remains, that means absolutely nothing to a jury's inquiry into whether at some point Michael's body was in the Red Wings house's backyard, as those alerts at best show that some form of human decay, whether that be blood from a finger cut in the backyard while doing yard work, or blood seeping into the yard from a water source when one has possibly cut themselves shaving in the backyard. Got an outdoor shower, shaving in the backyard, and that water seeped into the water source from the backyard. Blood seeping into the yard from a water source when one has possibly cut themselves shaving. I cannot fucking do this. What in the actual fuck are they trying to come at this with? You just flipped the switch right there. We're prosecutor now all day long and twice on Sunday. We're laughing this out of court with our next motion. What? Give me that hearing, judge, please. Did they have an outdoor shower? Did they normally shave and shower in the backyard, these wanderers? Was that normal behavior? Does anybody know? When you cut your finger in the backyard, y'all doing your yard work, be careful because it could turn out to be human decay one day. If you learn nothing in true crime, hey, it's right there. Damn. That is so weak. They'll be lucky to get granted their hearing at this point. Wait, is it on the docket, right? I said it was. Yeah, the 11th and 12th of August. It's on the docket day that day for those 2 days. The motions to suppress hearings. Okay. The judge might hear about it this day and be like, "Oh no, what?" You weren't just reaching at this point. You just threw spaghetti at the wall, so to speak. Turning to testability of the scientific evidence in this case, it is impossible to test the results. Well, exactly, right? So who's to say they're wrong? Whether Michael or scent related to him was found in the Red Wing house, or whether human remains were at one point in the house backyard, unlike scientifically sound tests, such as the presence of controlled substance by a chemist or blood alcohol concentrate from a driver measured by a machine, or even a psychiatrist making a diagnosis based on interviews, coupled with the use of what the fuck? All right. They're comparing it. Unlike scientifically sound tests, yeah, they're comparing it to all the other tests that they use to measure, the psychiatric diagnosis and all that stuff, and how you measure drunk driving, alcohol. Well, that was unpacked in Karen Reed. We know. or the blood alcohol anyway. Safeguards are vital in determining the scientific discipline's validity and objectivity. The methodology for human remains detection and canines live scent tracking is not analogous to other scientific techniques. The methodology is subject to view of bite and analysis based on what dentists or experts observed. The science behind these canines and their handlers is akin to bite mark analysis, which was where dentists used to testify that they could match a mouth to scientific bite mark based on the individual's teeth. The methodology was subjective view of the bite and an analysis based on what the dentist or expert observed. Like bite marks, the canines are brought to a location and are instructed to search. The handler watches the dog's behavior and based on a wag of a tail or a breathing change, the handler can pinpoint and say that is an alert. Absence finding the human remains or the person searched for. Dog changed the behavior, the wag of a tail, and their breathing. Yeah, my dog's tail used to mean business. If she was just listening, there was one thing, but if that certain things happened, oh no, she hears a whole lot, hell of a lot more than I do at the moment. We're getting up now to go check. I'm following her lead. She just went on high alert, and it's obvious, right? Y'all know, if y'all know, you know. Y'all know when your dogs do that, like, excuse me, something's happening. I need to go and grab a cold drink. Goodness. Unlike medical doctors, they can pinpoint a bruise. Okay, they're all going through the motions here of how all the other experts we can put scientific, back it up with scientific analysis. These canines, no go, none of that. It's just a toss up. Uh-oh. Such as cocaine, meth, fentanyl, marijuana, remains are not themselves illegal. They're Jesus. All right, here. However, without having something to verify that in fact the canine is correct and its handler is correct, the reading the canine, the mere speculation that the dog may have sniffed human remains and may have picked up on a scent of a tracked person is not scientifically valid. To put the information before a jury would not only violate Mr. Wandra's due process constitutional rights, but also provide such an unfair trial that it would not be constitutionally sound. Huh? Well, I gotta think, no, if we let bogus, we're not saying here lies the body, so I need to know why these dogs are hitting and why it's coming into court before I could go that far, sir. What? May not be unconstitutional at all. It just may be a little unfair in your eyes, right? I don't know. In the realm of controlled substance canine sniffing, a subjective belief that a dog has identified the presence of a controlled substance in the vehicle is insufficient for the court to determine probable cause when there is not a final alert. Oh, snap. Yikes. Wish I hadn't read that part. Back to defense attorney again. Yikes. You got to drive that argument home and you got to mean it. You got to really go all in if you're going to go there. But okay. Do you got what it takes? Unbiased source of evidence of the dog did not, on other occasions, that was sufficient to establish probable cause. Canines are used for are we discussing probable cause at this point, or what are we mad about exactly with the canines here? The fact that it was used for probable cause, like I said, to get a search warrant somewhere, or because the alerts are coming in, possibility of things happening were happening there. Tell a story. Is that what are you mad about? Be specific. In Idaho, there are no cases on point specific to cadaver dogs. However, outside of the United States and California, we can pinpoint a few. I bet you can out there in Cali. I bet you can. On cross-exam, Smith admitted that Flash was not qualified under FBI dog protocols. They're referring to a case, right? Uh, hang on, they can't differentiate what? Are we? It, it was noted during testimony that Flash cannot differentiate between blood and a live person versus a dead. Well, no, what? Like the dog can. That don't make sense. That don't even make sense. The dog can't tell between blood from a live person versus a dead person. It's blood. On cross exam, Smith admitted that Flash was not qualified under the FBI protocols. They admitted that she was aware of scientific literature that was critical of dogs. He's trying to bring in some shit that is word salad again. As it relates to the Wondra case, although the impound lot was a blind test, what? Who said it was a blind test? Did they? A, what? A blind test on that impound lot thingy car? The Lexus? To the Red Wing yard were not, concerning to the testimony that was heard during the prelim. Hearing gate, do we have that prelim on damn YouTube? Do the local media have it out there? I gotta go see this preliminary hearing. I feel like I saw parts of it, like pieces of the news about it when it happened. Hearing gave the handler Gibson and handler Herbert, who refused to admit that dogs can make mistakes, unlike the other handler. Oh, Jesus Christ. What we have here is an argument. Let's go on down. What do they have in conclusion? We pretty much know your argument. You don't want the dogs in. You don't think there's scientific proof about nothing they're saying. Based on all this stuff, you want them to be kept out. We got you. Understood. Final alerts, change in behavior, live scent, human remains, interpreted, reliability. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we get it. Conclusion. Accordingly, Mr. Wondra respectfully requests this court to exclude any testimony by live scent tracking canines and human remain detection canines, or in other words, through handlers' testimony, as they interpreted their dogs' final alerts, change in behaviors at trial under Idaho Rule Evidence 702, 702, and 403, and argued case law and reasons in having a hearing on this preliminary question under Idaho Rules of Evidence 103 and 104. So they want their Daubert hearing as necessary to address the reliability of the largely untested, untestable, and assumptions made by canine handlers. Yikes. July 16th, 2026, just like a week ago. Were you at the preliminary of most of them, Anna? Okay. Yeah, a lot of times the dogs they take the scent, right, that they need to track, and they go where they go. Handlers should never lead the dog. The dog should be leading the handler at all times. Otherwise, I got an issue right off the bat. I'm a basic dog owner, and we're on the search in case something's out there. I'm following my dog's lead because she knows better than I do exactly where this is coming from, right? Following her ass because she's finna protect me. She's big. Little one's trailing along and learning that little shit. Oh my God, she's getting brave, y'all. She'll be out in the yard, just me and her. She'll be frolicking 1 minute and all of a sudden let out this like little big bark like this little dog. I'm like, oh damn girl. She's like, what are you doing out there? You stopped on the road for a second. We're not having that. We're not having that nonsense. All right. So Stacy's got his motions coming up, or hearings coming up, guys. Pretrial August 4th. 11th and 12th to hear some motions here, and they're going to be running through all of that, getting ready for his trial. Hopefully, if they can move through all this stuff, right? Get it done and get on with it. Hold on, guys, just a second. Okay, let me go look at Twitter for a minute and see if we get a David update. Let me go see what's happening there. Um, so we got our update on Stacey Wondra. We'll keep an eye on the movement there and get updates on what's going down until he gets up to trial. Because I can always see that I had the Idaho docket pinned. Too many cases in the Idaho way. That and Florida's pinned up here. So, all right, David, what's up over there? That's got to be a freaky preliminary hearing. So y'all heard it in the interview earlier that we watched with Jesse and Lauren. So David's parents were they were trying to subpoena them, right, to go testify before the grand jury. That kind of was put out there, and they were trying to fight those subpoenas to come from Texas to come testify against David, right? And Asia, that girl, I played that here, the video where she said that she had a conversation. Now she's coming out, publicly again. I think she may have done this before, but she was back saying, "Yeah, I had a conversation with David, and I approached him. This girl's young. She's a minor." And he's like, "No, here's her ID." She alludes that he showed her. Well, she says he showed her proof that Celeste was not 13. That she was 19. I think she said. 19. Okay, well, what proof did he show her? Right, she did not say a fake ID or birth certificate or anything of that nature. She didn't say how. She just said he showed proof that she was 19. So I was like, he had probably had a fake ID. Let's get real. If he's running around with a 13-year-old girl knowingly and getting ready to leave the country with her, and she needs a passport, we need a fake ID. Let's get real. Y'all, there's an account on Twitter that it's wild because I got this weird feeling one day, and I don't know. I feel like these posts are fake, and the person that they have, and they're not talking about anybody on the internet. They're talking about somebody they know privately, personally. This little person, and they're always, it's weird, and people are engaging. They talk about it and talk about her, and I feel like her is a fake person and it's for engagement, and it's extremely weird, and I don't know what to make of it yet. I'm just watching from afar because there was a GoFundMe involved at one point. I was like, ay, not the GoFundMe. Now we got other stuff going down. Poor old lady. It's like an old lady persona. It's weird. Not the person tweeting, but it's so fucking weird. I got to keep my eye on that situation in case it's something. I don't know. It's maybe just me, but I got this vibe one day, and I had to question things about that. And I was like, ugh, what are we doing? What's happening? Okay, let's see. 17 minutes ago, what does Lauren say here? I'll get it up. It's a pretty. Oh, it's a lengthy tweet. All right, Lauren, thank you. Guys, let me go and grab a Coke real quick, please. I'll pull this up. That's her pinned. 17 minutes ago, again, Lauren Conlon over here on her X account. at Conlon_Lauren on X. She's a really cool account to follow. Always good reporting and legitimate information. I wouldn't tell y'all to go follow her if I didn't see it. I've watched her for a long time, so she's reputable, and I take what she's got. So she's there, and she's been covering David pretty much from the very beginning. She's in New York, but she works for LA Magazine, right? So anytime there was anything happening in the hearing, her colleagues and her were collaborating. But anyway, she was out there for early stuff, and now she's back out there. And also, Brian Enton, as we know, is also out there. So, and I'm sure there are plenty of media out there as well trying to get that seat. But I guess she got in. Let's see. All right, let me go grab a drink. I'll be right back. Okay. I went to let the puppy in and the wind is kicking up. What's happening out there? Okay. I live in a wind tunnel, so it could be a little thunderstorm passing by, or just a little storm. Just a little storm could pass by and I could get the wind tunnel happening. Which I would not stay out here during a hurricane, trust me, because it's too windy on a normal thunderstorm day out here at times. Oh hell no. I ain't getting them spawning tornadoes coming across these fields coming dead ass at me. No, thank you. All right. David's prelim hearing. Court is on a brief recess. I'll post a full video update at lunch with everything that happened this morning. For now, here are some of the biggest moments from testimony so far. Or what to go stalk her YouTube, guys. I'm going backwards. Trigger warning. Evidence discussed is shown and extremely graphic. All right. Y'all, the banner's up. Y'all know this case has already got all the elements. CSAM on all the things. We've read documents and we've all followed the case, so we know the allegations and what happened to Celeste and her remains. Okay. David appeared in court without handcuffs but remained restrained with a waist chain. Throughout the proceedings, he appeared calm and relaxed, sitting back in his chair. As prosecutors displayed graphic crime scene photographs, he kept his eyes fixed on the courtroom monitors and did not appear to look away. She said it's very striking. D.A. Hodgman is sitting in the second row. State second witness, LAPD robbery homicide detective Joshua Byers testified he responded to a Hollywood tow yard on September 8th of 2025 after employees reported a strong odor coming from a black Tesla registered to David Burke. Detective Joshua Byers testified investigators obtained a search warrant after tow yard employees reported the odor. Inside the Tesla's front trunk, they discovered a partially unzipped black body bag containing the dismembered human remains. I had a hard time looking at the photographs and exhibits shown in court today, as did several other reporters. This is Lauren's comment. So they had a hard time looking at them. David, however, never appeared to look away. He kept his eyes fixed on the screen for the entire presentation. That's, you know, uh, that's telling a little bit there. Because normally, even if you have to look at it, juror, prosecutors, defense attorneys, reporters, the judge, you have to see this stuff. It provokes a little bit of a reaction, but the judges and the attorneys are trained not to react, right? And they train the defendants not to react. They do. They just do. The defense does. They prep them for that. But to like not to look down at least and stare at the floor, right? During that. Like why would you even want to see it, right? Like I got to make sure that's what they claim I did. I got to see it. No, you've already seen it probably in discovery, pre-trial stuff, right? It's just happening now in the prelim hearing. I don't know. It's weird. May mean nothing. I'm no body language or word language expert. None of that happening, and just wondering, just asking questions, right? Just asking questions over here. Graphic. We were shown photographs from inside the Tesla's front trunk rather, depicting the body bag and the her limbs, arms, and legs. They were covered in blood, insect activity, and they were decomposing. The bags and the body parts were wet and bloody. The bag was closed inside the frunk and then opened on the ground. Ugh. So they'll go on through what all was found in the bag. They saw black curly hair. Oh, this little girl got in way over her head, y'all, and she just got with this dude was bad, fucking bad, right? So bad. And this little girl just, you know, was so tempted and went for it. I feel he meets her in the chat, in the Discord, right, in the gaming thing originally, starts talking to her. He knew how young she was. He knew all along before he brings her out to LA, where he's trying to make a go at it as a fucking music star, right? Look at me living in a little mansion over here, a little $2 mansion by LA standards, but okay. Got some Spotify music happening. Got a tour planned. All right. Heard you got the note. What was that little Spotify drop that you just, what was that little 6 hour, 8 hour drop on Spotify? Who did that? Who did that? Okay. Now, y'all remember some of this. They noted blue plastic in the fiber. We remember the document that we read, right? The charging document about that was really the first time we saw more evidence about what was in the trunk and on Celeste. And we know it took a long time to get those findings, right? With the coroner out there and all the things that happened. And the blue specks. Remember, we were all like, "What is the blue?" We speculated about what it meant, and then we learned exactly what had happened there. We read about deliveries to the house and all the things that were going on there. So that's where that comes from. The blue stuff would be the pool, right? The fragments that were embedded in the cut surfaces of her. The detectives testified the victim's ring finger and the pinky finger had been amputated, along with the right index finger with the shh tattoo. Guys, remember the tattoo? Oh, Forrest, no way in hell he met that girl once in person. That's a liar, right? We know better. We all know, and his friends all know better. Her history over the past, when she was 13, when she met him, what was she, guys, 15, about to turn 15, 14? 15, when she met him. I mean, when she passed or found in the trunk here. God. No way he only met her once, right, Forrest? He's lying. In fact, it's in the documents that he took her home. One of the times she was reported runaway, and he took her home, and then they or went and got her, which one of the two, of one of the occasions. And then this last time, he lures her from her, sends the Uber to go get her, right? So how has he only seen this girl one time? Tells her, come on over, I'm expecting you. Here's an Uber, right? Knowing she's madder than hell and threatening to go public. That's what happened here. This dude lost his shit because this little girl was about to fucking blow up his world, y'all. If that document's correct, Celeste was about to go public with this relationship. He wasn't having that shit. You can't ruin my Spotify thing I got going on. I'm about to be a star. Little girl. Sick bastard. Due to advanced decomp, he cannot identify. Okay. We've read about that before. Okay. First state witness. Yeah, they could ID her. I know what that is. The prosecution's first witness, Los Angeles County's sheriff's deputy, Juan Gonzalez, testified he responded to Burke's home on February 17, 2024 to conduct, so she was 13. Okay. Damn. Wasn't she 14 or almost 14? Didn't they know each other more than a year? Didn't they go back more than a year of knowing each other? Maybe I'm wrong. At least a year? Because that document said they originally met in that gaming community thing. Was she 11 when they met? I can't remember. I feel like it was like a two couple. I don't remember. It was a while. It was a while they knew each other. It's weird. All right, let's read on. It'll probably refresh my memory here. So, to conduct a welfare check after Riverside County investigators reported Celeste missing. Deputy Juan Gonzalez testified that Burke told him he met Celeste through social media and Discord in 2020 or 2021, and that he met her once in person. He's such a liar, right, Forrest? And believes she was 18. She told me she was 18. Did she produce a fake ID? I was curious. I wondered, did this little girl get her hands on a fake ID and produce one to you and always tell you I'm 19 and that's where you got it from? Did that happen? Where is that ID at? But no, he only knew her one time or met her one time. Where did that happen for us, right? Where did he meet her at that one time? Where was that one time, sir? If you know her from a Discord. Y'all have a link up? Y'all had one of them meetups. Where at? Crime Con. David Burke. He's playing that game called Can I Talk My Way Out of It? The deputy testified that Burke told investigators the last time he spoke with Celeste was February 13, 2024, and the last time he saw her was November 12 of 2023. He didn't think his Tesla would talk or the remains would talk or any evidence would talk at all, did he, huh? Oh, so he hadn't saw her since 2023? Burke also showed deputies a 6th grade yearbook of Celeste and a missing person flyer during the welfare check. So he shows that to them, the yearbook, and he has the missing person flyer and a missing person flyer. Y'all are confusing there. I think it reads as if he showed y'all those two things. Well, here's her missing persons flyer and here's her yearbook thingy. Why do you got her yearbook? For a girl he saw one time, but he met in the Discord, why does Burke show deputies a sixth grade yearbook photo? Where's he getting that from? Off the internet? Or did he have the yearbook? Did she take her yearbook with her to the Davids? Right, Rachel? He thought he could BS his way out of that shit. Deputies Burke, they searched his Doheny Drive home with his consent while looking for Celeste. The officer testified he noticed some Hello Kitty items, but said Burke explained it was an artist house where other people frequently stayed. Oh, goodness. No. Hello Kitty. I can't with the Hello Kitty stuff. Body camera footage shown in the court captured Burke telling deputies, "She told me she's 18." Body camera footage shown in court captured Burke telling the deputies, "She told me she's 18, but everyone is saying she's 13," while providing Celeste's phone number. So when they finally approached this guy, remember, because it took a long time, we're like, when are they going to make a movement in this case? When are they going to go get this guy? We're hearing all these things. We're seeing all these things. What about this guy right here? He's not the grand jury had been meeting, come to find out, right? About this case, doing their thing. Oh, shit. Sorry. I hit a button. That's okay. We were down here. It's wild for him to give this kind of story, right? So he's got a yearbook now, and then he's testifying about that. There's Hello Kitty stuff. Oh, that's could be anybody's. Basically, it's an artist's house. Does that mean if you're an artist, you just have a bunch of people over all the time, coming and going? I couldn't live like that. I swear. I don't care what I did for a living. So all that time, they finally show up over there, though, and he's like, "Yeah, well, yeah, she's missing. Here's her yearbook photo. Here's her missing flyer. I thought she was 18, but I hear everybody saying she's 13, but I swear she told me she was 18." While providing Celeste's phone number and discussing how they met. So he's got, here's her phone number, here's how we met. I'm hearing she's 13, but I swear she told me she was 18. I haven't seen her since 2023. Met her once. Damn. During cross-exam, Burke's attorney, Regina Peter, emphasized that Burke was cooperative, voluntarily provided Celeste information, and repeatedly stated he believed she was 18. On redirect, prosecutors asked whether Burke ever told deputies he had been in an S relationship, or private relationships with Celeste, or helped her leave her home, as the defense was insinuating, and he had been cooperative with officers and told the truth. Defense attorneys objected before the questions were answered, and the judge sustained the objection. More later. Uh-oh. Steve Fisher? Is that you, Steve Fisher? You had a lot going on, that you produced some stuff in this case, sir. You're radio silent right now in another case, but there you go. What are you doing here? What are you doing, Steve? So she retweeted Taylor, who is a colleague from LA Mag. David's, this is an hour ago, or earlier from their post. David's hearing. David Burke accused of, I'm at the Clara. I spoke with Steve Fisher of SF Investigates. So the owner of the house that David was renting, right at the time this happened, hired Steve Fisher to investigate what happened in the house, because the cops were radio silent. So that's how he came into the case. All right. What does Steve say? Can we hear it? Let's see.
About what happened?
Yeah, so Beth Silverman is not a fan of mine. More of that, I think, will come out as transcripts.
What? Somebody's not a fan of yours. What? Steve, what are you saying up there in this case? What's okay? What happened? Okay, so apparently evidence he may have uncovered they don't want to talk about because he did uncover some stuff. All right.
Hi, I'm Taylor with Los Angeles Magazine, here today at the Claridge Shortridge Foltz Courthouse today. It is the first day of David Anthony Burke's preliminary hearing, who was accused of the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. We have a lot of press outside, as well as Lauren Conlon from Los Angeles Magazine upstairs in the courtroom now. She will be getting all the details live, and we will be reporting them to you as soon as we know them over on X. But for right now, I caught up with Steve Fisher from SF Investigates, who worked on this case, to find out a little bit more about what we should expect today. And I also saw him have a tiff with the prosecutor. So I asked him about that.
It'll be kind of a slow start, I think. The detectives, will probably be called first, and they have to lay the foundation of all the evidence. So they're not going to jump right into the really, awful parts, but they will, they'll lay the foundation of how Celeste and David met and how the relationship evolved and how it got to where it did.
You had a little interaction with Beth Silverman outside of the courtroom today. Can you speak a little bit about what happened?
Yeah, so Beth Silverman is not a fan of mine. More of that, I think, will come out as transcripts are released from grand juries.
Whoa, your beef with the prosecutor will come out when grand jury transcripts are released? Oh boy.
And whatnot is maybe the reason why she does not like the fact that I have kept the story. I've tried to keep it in the media while nothing seemed to be happening, and this is before grand juries were going on. And
He did do that. He made the media rounds and point. He's like, well, I don't know what LA's out there doing with this case, because this is ridiculous. There's overwhelming evidence, right? That's what he was pretty much saying out there. What took so long? What are you doing? What's the holdup? They're out there doing their little grand jury investigation over multiple days and times. Like, what the hell?
And what happened in the hallway, which really...
But the biggest part of the problem is nobody in David's camp was willing to cooperate. Regardless of what you see on social media of what they may say now, that could be damage control, right? Because when this happened, nobody in David's camp wanted to speak out against David. His parents didn't want to come to testify at grand jury. Hell, Koberger's mom and dad went and testified at grand jury. 2 of them. Once in Idaho and once in Pennsylvania. We are still unclear about what that Pennsylvania thing was about. We think it was a fishing expedition because they were looking to see if there was anything in Pennsylvania to be tied to Koberger, probably including Dana Smithers. But he was not tied to anything in Pennsylvania. But hell, if his mom and dad went and testified, what's wrong with David's parents showing up, right? What are you trying to hide, people?
Really
get him, Steve.
Kind of shocked me was the family attorney for Celeste family. He came up and introduced himself. I didn't know who he was. I never met him, and he took me aside, and we had a few nice words, and he thanked me for advocating for Celeste. And Beth Silverman walked by and heard that, and actually grabbed him and told him she was not allowed to talk to me, that he was not allowed to talk to me. And pulled him away, and that's really bizarre from a district attorney to say that an attorney for the family is not allowed to talk to me. It's really, like I said, I don't understand why that happened or the legalities around that. But she pulled him away and said right in front of you too, but it's in front of a lot of people, you're not allowed to talk to him. You're not talk to him.
And we will be giving you updates on this case throughout the day over on.
That's super interesting right there. What prosecutor, what happened? Why did she get so upset? Was the witness, he a witness, and Steve, you know what I mean? That sort of thing. You can't talk to each other, you're witnesses, right? I could get that part. Huh. Crazy. Y'all, looks like Brian Enton dropped us something. I don't know what it is. It's a short. He's outside the. I don't know if this is earlier. We'll have to check. So it's underway. Let's see. Was this? Hold on. There's like a live news report up. Let me go see here. Search on YouTube here for a second. Get us like a live update. I think Enton's he's like, the gruesome details emerge. I think it's the same thing that Lauren just reported on. Of course, a recap of what we just saw over the morning before they got their break here. So let me look at this. What is this? No, not that. Okay. This one. So this was 34 minutes ago, Fox 11, Los Angeles. Let's see what they got. So the jury can say, well, you know what? There's enough probable cause to bind this over to trial, right? Or they're going to say, no, not enough evidence. What are you doing here? This guy's, you can't go to trial with this. But 9 times out of 10, the preliminary will happen, but it also gets evidence out there, right? Unless a judge decides, hey, this evidence is not as strong as you presented it, right? The defense is right. You don't even have enough evidence. You barely got probable cause. What are you doing in my court trying to go to trial with this? Are you kidding? That could happen too. Let's see what's going on here.
Laying out their case against singer David, charged with the murder in the brutal killing of a 14-year-old girl. And Mario Ramirez is live in downtown LA with more on the start of this preliminary hearing. Mario.
Sandra, we did just get a few updates. We're just outside the criminal courthouse here in downtown LA. Christina Gonzalez is inside, and she does confirm that Celeste's parents are inside the courtroom for this preliminary hearing. She also tells me at one point the mother was being fanned by someone inside the courtroom because it appeared that she was going to pass out, faint inside, and the judge did ask the parents if they wanted to leave the courtroom before witness testimony, and they decided to stay. But you have to imagine how difficult this is as prosecutors are presenting evidence here to try and convince the judge in this case that there's enough probable cause to move it forward with a jury trial. And we also know that David is inside the courtroom as well. This is his appearance for his initial arraignment back in April, but we're told that he was granted that permission by the defense to leave him unshackled, but he is cuffed to the bench there, so there are some restraints. Now, we can mention that prosecutors are alleging David and Celeste began a sexual relationship back in 2023 when he was 18 and she was just 13, and they claim she threatened to expose the relationship. Investigators say Celeste was last seen alive after an Uber took her to Burke's Hollywood Hills home in April of last year. Prosecutors allege that she was stabbed to death and that her remains were later found inside 2 body bags in the front trunk of the singer's Tesla months later, and prosecutors prosecutors also say there's evidence, a massive amount, that links David to items purchased after the alleged killing, including chainsaws, body bags, and other supplies. And this morning on Good Day LA, high-profile defense attorney Mark Garrigo says this week's preliminary hearing process could reveal crucial pieces of evidence the public hasn't seen just yet.
I think because of the attention of this case, we're going to learn a lot more of what they have. I think specifically the defense and I think the public want to know exactly what the medical examiner came up with. As you probably know, it's almost unprecedented in a case where you have the LAPD and the medical examiner basically at odds, where there's been public pronouncements. I would imagine that you will find out quite a bit today and potentially tomorrow.
Now, we did learn that detectives inside, as part of the testimony, describing the decomposition and stench from the body when it was found here. They also described that what the finger looked like that had been severed from Celeste's hand. Photos being shown here inside the courtroom. And
what kind of sick mind does all that to hide what? Was it a result of what you did initially because you were mad at her and needed to stop her? Or was that your sick type of bullshit in your mind already based on some of your song lyrics? Yeah, you know, I mean, because you did a lot of extra. You went all the way there. Was that panic mode? You know, what was it? You fucking sick to do that to a child who doesn't really know better, right? She was young. This child was young. She was already, you know, coming and going, and of course she's going to follow this guy who's got the money, can put her in a damn little mini mansion, can take her on the road and show her off, put her on TikToks with or live streams with him gaming and cutting up, doing all, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, you knew what you were doing. It's to some extent there, you knew. So is that brings in the grooming element, right? And then to be doing that sick shit to a little girl.
David Burke showed no reaction as the photos are being presented. That's what we're hearing from inside the courtroom.
So what does that tell us again, y'all? That no reaction, is that just a training that they gave him from the defense? Not to show no emotion. Why not look away at least? But no, he's going to sit there and stare at it like a blank stare, like nothing's bothering him, not even to look at that. He's like psychopath, right? There's a tendency there you can see.
And body camera video also being presented from February 17th, video from the Sheriff's Department who called out to Hollywood Hills, that Hollywood Hills home, for the missing person investigation. David, the singer, acting nonchalantly inside the courtroom. So coming back out here live, you get a sense of all the cameras that are lined up here just outside the courthouse. We're being told that once this process breaks for lunch, once they break for lunch, that we'll hear from someone with the district attorney's office. This preliminary hearing got underway at 9:30 this morning and is scheduled as of right now to take place for the next 3 days, today being the first. And we'll, of course, stay on top of it. For now, live here in downtown LA.
Expecting an update from the prosecution after lunch. Interesting. They're on LA time. Yeah, what? He gives weird wannabe vibes. I guess the guy probably had talent, but beside the point, right? You're a fucked up individual. You got some weird shit in your head you would like to do to people, sir, including unaliving this little girl because she's about to out you, and then do what you did to her after that. They say there's an intimacy involved when you break out that type of weapon and use that particular that method of concealing a body. versus other methods, right? What does it say about that person? And this guy, he was already questionable in my opinion, from what everything I've seen and unpacked about him over the time leading up to all of this. So it'll be interesting, 3 to 5 day prelim out there. So now we'll have to get updates later. Like I said, I'll check in later with Lauren. Of course, Brian Enton. Y'all know to go over and follow with Brian, of course, and get your updates. Don't wait on me to bring them to you. If you don't want to wait, go get them. And then we can discuss it, in the morning and stuff. Now, I'm going to have to figure out, guys, one thing I do need to ask you guys about. For those of you who want to follow the Clancy trial with me, and 2 of my mods are, 2 hours behind me. So when I go early, it's super early for them, right? And what is the time difference out there, and what time do they start? I think it's going to be early, right? We experienced that during Karen Reed. Let me look, actually. I thought I had it wrote down. Was it 2 hours behind me, or what is it? I had all that information written down. Here's is it on my cheat sheet here? Let me see. Okay, so they are in, where is it? Duxbury, Massachusetts. What does that put them on in Mass? What time zone are y'all? You're an hour before me, Carrie. Hang on. Yeah, they're Eastern. Okay. That's easy. So if they start court like at 8 a.m. Eastern, that's 7 a.m. for me, and that is like 5 a.m. for 2 of my mods, right? One of my mods is the same time zone as I am. So if that happens, and I don't know if I want to start at the same time or go like at least a half hour behind court. So maybe we can fast forward, and maybe even an hour behind court. Say they start at, what time are they going to start this trial? 9 a.m. I didn't look at the docket to confirm all of that yet. It's usually between 8:30 and 9. Of course, we know how that goes when they start. It takes a minute. Usually by 9 a.m. Eastern. Be 8 a.m. for me, right? So if I go at 9 a.m. my time, Central, that'll give everybody, you know what I mean? You're on the East Coast, yeah. Rachel, yeah. Well, it's okay. That's why I get it. I'm not looking forward to having to go early every day, because some days I'm right. I'm ready, right? By 9. I'm cool. I'm ready to go. Some days I'm like, you know what? I'll just go later today or maybe tonight, right? I could do but I can do things while streaming the trial. I can still get up and move about and do the things I normally need to do around my house, and which is not always a ton. I you know. So, but if we have to go early, that's fine. But I'm thinking about doing it later, just because part of, for you guys' sake, and we can also fast forward through bullshit sometimes if we need to, right? Like breaks and stuff. Because we had to sit through a lot of stuff, right? And then Karen Reed, like we were just forced to because it was live. Like I couldn't speed past a sidebar. I couldn't speed past the brakes. We had to wait that stuff out. So I was considering going at least an hour later. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? If y'all want to follow along with me, a 1 to do it on time, 2 to go later. I know for in the OnlyFans we had to deal with during all of that, especially those long sidebars, right? And that many things, right? Oh, cool. Right now I'm getting twos back at me, and I'm feeling the same thing actually. Rachel, yes. You're good, Rachel. You can join us when you get ready to get in here, when you can. And same goes for four, as you guys know. I don't want to go too terribly late because the days will probably be long, right? So, but I don't mind going late so that we can get past like lunch breaks, even all the other types of little breaks. We can get through them better, I feel like, and we can discuss. So we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Let's do that. Let's plan to do that because I don't know that it's going to start this week at all. Like, let's see. Let's pull up. I think they had. Let me see something. Let's take a look. See. Why is Court TV reporting that the judge scolds attorneys in the Lindsay Clancy case? They had her proceedings live yesterday with the jury selection, right? Uh, even East Idaho News had. Would they have one today, right now? Court TV, I think Law and Crime or I can't remember, was both of them had it or yesterday, and Law and Crime, Court TV, and I think East Idaho News did. I'm not sure if both Law and Crime and Court TV did, but one of the two had it, right? The hearing, or shit, I'm sorry, jury selection that just took place. The hearing was a couple days before that, the final hearing. Anyway, let me. What is this? 1 minute ago. Who is this? Ali Mata's on this. MK True Crime. This is a podcast under the umbrella of Megyn Kelly. What's his name? What's his name, y'all? What is this? Really him? Hang on. Let me see what it says here. Let me get the description. Read this. MK True Crime show hosts Ashley Merchant and Phil Holloway are joined by Illinois attorney and co-host of Defense Diaries podcast, Allison Mata, to discuss the Massachusetts mom, Lindsay Clancy. Now, I know Allie, it was on this, right? I did watch an episode she did. Well, Defense Diaries did a while back, but I was listening to Allie. So I'm curious. Let's see. Like this came down like a minute ago. We may have to check in and weigh in with Allie from time to time during our coverage, guys, and see what she's got to say on certain things that we pick up at trial while we're watching it over here. We'll be like, well, what's Allison got to say about that? I'm interested now. She's a good defense attorney, but I like Allison Mata, and here's one reason why I like Allison Mata. It's nothing to do with a personal thing or her being a lawyer. This girl's down to earth to me. Out of all the people I see on the YouTube professionals, right? The YouTube lawyers, the YouTube this and that, doctors, the lawyers, Indian chiefs, you name it, we got it. Ali Mata is down to earth. She's a mom. She's doing her thing. She's a fucking defense attorney. Come at me, bro. That kind of mentality. And I can so relate to Ali Mata. So that I like her, and I like to get her legal take on things. I tolerate husbands. All right, I'm gonna go to the restroom and mute out for a moment. Let them talk for a second. We'll see what this is all about and get their take on this case, right? And remember, for those of you who may or may not like things, I don't know where Allie's going to go with this. She is a defense attorney, but she's also going hard for Clancy as a defense attorney, right? Because she's honed in on the same things we did in some of those documents that we read about her care, right? And remember, the lawsuits are filed, so you got to keep an open mind, I think, with this case, but I'm probably going to agree with a lot of things Allie's got to say at this point from a defense attorney standpoint with this case. But I can also see everything the prosecution's got to say as well. That you can't miss what they got to say, right? There's no doubt about it or question about her guilt or innocence. It's the what happened and why. That's at trial here, basically. So I'm willing to listen with an open mind to any defense attorney that's smart, that I can respect, that wants to weigh in. So, Allison, with that said, ma'am, take it away.
Now they're going to get access to additional discovery. They'll be able to get depositions of those doctors and probably learn information that will help with their defense in the criminal case. But in reading from it, they say Lindsay Clancy did everything a mother in her situation could do. The lawsuit goes on to say that she sought treatment, went to emergency rooms, contacted crisis services, admitted herself to hospitals. She reported her worsening symptoms to family and others. The filing offers basically this medical narrative that they're going to use throughout this trial to, I think, point out that, look, she did not have the mental capacity. In order to have a crime, you've got to have what we call the actus reus, which is Latin, I believe, for the guilty act, which clearly there's no dispute. She did the act, but you also have to have at the same time the guilty mind. And if the mind is not capable of forming criminal intent, even on a temporary basis, you don't have the union of the actus reus and the mens rea. You don't have the union of the guilty act and the guilty mind, and therefore, by definition, you have no crime. So that's where the defense is going with this.
Yeah. And, Phil, I was thinking about the burden of proof in these insanity cases, and it's different state by state. For our viewers, every state gets to pick how their criminal laws are enacted. And in Massachusetts, as soon as you raise insanity, the burden shifts to the prosecution. And what does that mean? That means that the burden is on the prosecution to prove that she was sane beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a big deal because typically, the defense, we have to prove that, that our client was not sane. Well, here the state actually has to prove that she was sane. So I think that's significant. But let's listen to SOT 4, which is what the prosecution seems to think they are going to be able to prove in this case. This is them at arraignment talking about, how they think that Lindsay took advantage of her husband's absence and created it.
On the night of the killings, Patrick Clancy was interviewed by the police at the hospital. He told the police that the defendant was having one of her best days. She was smiling and happy. There was no indication she was going to harm the kid, and no one described her as acting like a zombie in the days leading up to the murders or on the day of the murders themselves. She consistently denied hearing voices or having any type of visual or auditory hallucinations to all her treatment providers leading up to this incident. The first time she used psychosis was when she was with the doctor hired by the defense and using his phone to call her husband from the hospital. This was the first time she told someone she heard a voice. She finished strangling the children, returned her husband's phone call, then went up to the bedroom on the second floor. She then dropped from the window or slid down. She did not jump. She did not hurl herself out the window because there's blood on the exterior shingles going down the exterior of the house. And then on the window, directly below the window she came out of, there's more blood on the top level, looking like she tried to grab.
So when she jumps out the window, remember she's bleeding because she's already cut herself in different places. There's blood down the house. She just like hit the windowsill and like, oh my God, girl.
Grab onto that windowsill. The defendant did not take advantage of the situation when her husband went out that night. She created. She used Apple Maps to make sure she'd have enough time to do what she wanted to do to the kids before her husband returned.
All right. I got.
Remember her early court appearances? She was still in her hospital bed because when Lindsay unalived the children after sending her husband out for the medicine and dinner, by the time he gets back, it's done. And hold on, I'm sorry, I had something in my eye. Something happened, right? And she just done all this. So when she jumps out the window after she cuts herself, she's paralyzed now from the waist down, because somebody in chat was asking, what was it the other day, why she was in the wheelchair, and that is why. When she jumped out the window, we went through the document, we were looking at the house. Remember the other day we were pulled up the map and we're looking around the yard, the height and everything of those windows, and it's crazy, right? That I'm sorry, I got looking down at chat. You don't want to be in a real courtroom.
To say this because this stuff makes me so mad every time I hear a prosecutor saying the defendant reported. Okay, we have a mentally ill person in a crisis who's at a medical facility and they're asking them questions. And she's saying, oh, well, she didn't report having hallucinations, or she did report. So we're relying on someone who is literally in active psychosis to give their medical history. And that is apparently the Bible to this prosecutor. I mean, that's insane to me. You know, she meets the standard of being committed to actually be admitted to a mental institute, but we think her own narrative of what's going on in her mind is accurate. Sorry, I just had to go off on that for a minute.
No, well, her husband,
amazing point.
Her husband Patrick is going to back her up. He's going to testify for her. He actually believes that she was not in her right mind, and we've got that. SOT 5 is Patrick Clancy to CBS Boston on this very issue.
Here's Patrick Clancy's own words to a reporter at The New Yorker. There's no house anymore. There are no kids. All that's left is me and Lindsay. His wife, Lindsay Clancy, currently living in a psychiatric hospital awaiting trial for strangling their 3 kids, ages 5, 3, and 8 months, before attempting her own suicide.
I wasn't married to a monster. I was married to someone who got sick.
More than a year and a half later, Patrick still contends that his wife was not in her right mind.
If I could go back in time, I'd have called McLean and said, take her away, lock the door. Keep her in there for a year if you have to.
Patrick said none of her mental health providers warned him of postpartum psychosis.
Did you plan this? Is that why you sent me out? She said no, it was just like a snap of the fingers.
Patrick told The New Yorker the couple has finally started communicating more after 6 months of silence.
That was her from the hospital bed. That's a hard case because that when mothers began to unalive their children, what seemed to be like all the time anymore, and we have this one that appeared to be reaching out at every turn right up to leading up to this, and was she miserably failed? It appears that way from what I've read in court documents, facts as I know them. It appears that way, and I know her and her husband both have lawsuits against her medical care providers. So it's going to be a big issue at court. And I think it should be at this point, especially if they can prove this woman was, hey, I am feeling this. I can't do this. You got to change this. This is not working. Everything she ever told them, if they bucked her on it at any turn and told her just to take this and go home, bullshit. Not if she's reaching out and telling you what she's thinking and feeling. That's what the court document says. She already stated what she was thinking and feeling. It's hallucinations. Just take more stuff. I'm sitting on the. I'm leaning. I know we all know she's guilty, right? That's not the question. Is she insane? Is she guilty by reason of insanity? Not guilty by reason of insanity? Guilty by reason of insanity, of course, in my book. There's no way out of that one.
She misses her kids, which I know sounds crazy to some people, but that's the reality.
It's heartbreaking. I can't even imagine what they're going through. But the fact that he's standing by her, that just solidifies to me that this is true. This is a mental health defense. This is a valid defense because these are his kids too. I mean, he's the alleged victim here. And it's one of the reasons I think it's upsetting that the prosecution is really taking this stance, because he's the one that really speaks for the victims. He's the one that speaks for those little kids. And, he's saying, I think she was sick. Why can't they just accept that and let her go to a mental institute where she can get the help she needs? Why do they need her to go to prison? I don't understand this.
And I mean, like, speaking of prosecutorial discretion, I mean, you guys in your career working with a lot of prosecutors, I mean, I don't think people understand it's like a fiction out there sometimes. It's just like they've got this discretion. But I mean, I can remember like one of the first cases walking out of law school and into a courtroom in Philadelphia, and it was like a drug addict situation, and I was like, what are you guys doing? And like, why are you doing it? And you learn very quickly, like, whoever has the discretion, they're keeping it to themselves and they're very quickly using it.
Yeah, they are. Well, so it sounds like they've got 5 jurors seated, and we verified that. Phil was able to verify that they've actually seated 5 jurors, 3 women and 2 men. So it sounds like they're going to have a couple more days of jury selection. I know there were some issues about whether or not they wanted to sequester them, but the judge has said, no, we're not sequestering the jurors. He's going to just poll them, ask them if they've had any media influence or seen any media reports. So I think that will be interesting to see if they can keep the media out of this for them.
Is that why we need 18 jurors? I mean, I think he said he's going to seat 18 jurors. And I don't think that's obviously 18 voting jurors, but it sounds to me like 6 alternates. Is that because, do you guys think that's because of the pretrial publicity, or do you think that's because they're going to hear heartbreaking testimony and some of them just may not be able to finish? What do you think?
I think both. Absolutely what you said. It's to Ashley's point, they've decided not to sequester, so there's a lot of risk of exposure. But I think, to Phil, what you just said has got to be a big one that's weighing on the judge's mind, that these people, you're going to hear really emotional testimony. You're going to see horrific pictures, because talking about that prosecutorial discretion, they like to pull on the sympathy card, even though you've got a defendant sitting there saying, I know what I did those things. Let's talk about why I did them. So I think it's definitely both things.
Well, we'll have to check in with Allie periodically throughout this trial and get her take on things that we see, that we know are important, that we need to get a good attorney's weigh in on. We can go take a look at what Allie's doing over there. And we'll continue to follow, was Lauren, LA Magazine said she was going to do a video. I don't want to troll her so fast, right? I like to let people stuff veg for a moment, but this is like emergencies. Let's just see. On her, I'm assuming LA Mag's channel. Let me go look there first. She has 2. She has LA Magazine on YouTube, and then I believe she has Lauren Conlon on YouTube as well, but most of it is on LA Mag. LA Magazine. That's not the right. Oh, no wonder it put. I was like, what in the hell? Okay, wrong thing. There we go. Los Angeles Magazine Studios. At Los Angeles Magazine Studios. There we go. There we go. They usually have a lot of great updates on a lot of the good cases. Got Tate brothers were arrested. I think I watched that. Was it Lauren and Garagos talking? I usually like to watch those two talk. David's prelim, they got a video on that. They got Frankie Paul's situation. Oh, this is where they do the podcast with Garagos and what's his name, the TMZ fella everybody makes fun of, Harvey. Okay, I don't see anything there yet. Or live. Okay. Well, there probably won't be any good updates until after court is over for the day, like after lunch. You know what I mean? LA is what, is it 2 hours behind me? So, see, there's so many court places to keep up with, guys. That's why I get like, what's going on? What time is it? That's why I rely on you guys to keep me straight as far as that goes. Clocks and calendars and such. What? Time zones are now involved? Shit. I just know mine. I just really memorized my mods. Come on. All right. Let me do this, actually. Let's take a look at something else. What is this finally? Let's see. Okay. I watch a handful, like maybe not a handful, but I guess so, of people for hurricane updates, right? That I've followed for years. Not, I found a couple of new ones lately that I actually reviewed and liked. It's like, okay, because I want to see good maps. I want to hear good detail because it's important. One little wobble can make all the difference. Can I expect that wobble overnight? What's the chance of strengthening? Everything plays a freaking part. I want to show you guys this. I don't, because I don't know this update. I need to find out. I need to be informed of what's happening outside. So we'll watch this one together. This is Tropical Tidbits. I first found him over on Facebook years ago, right? And he has YouTube, and he's just only active during hurricane season. Oh, already up there. Sorry. So let's take a look at this.
Hi, it's Tuesday, July 21st, and what was once Tropical Depression 2 now has the name Bertha. So as expected, this is now a tropical storm and is approaching the central Gulf Coast, expected to bend generally towards the west as it bumps up against the central Gulf states. Areas from
a little shift, and just upon basic observation was, what was that little spin I saw? Oh my goodness.
The western Florida panhandle through southeastern Louisiana are likely to begin feeling impacts today, with gusty winds already moving ashore with heavy showers into the Florida panhandle and these.
Okay. Can y'all see my mouse? Yellow in the middle of, almost in the middle of the little circle there. I'm right in there. I'm right in there. Semi's further over here in Louisiana, because you got Florida, it stretches out into Alabama, a little bit of Alabama, right? Florida-Bama line. Then you get Mississippi, Gulf Coast, and then you get over into Louisiana, rather. All the way across Louisiana, and then Texas way, right? So right now,
conditions will spread westward with
closer and going more toward Louisiana now than Texas, as forecast yesterday.
The potential for
and now a tropical storm, which was almost a storm yesterday.
Tropical storm conditions and coastal flooding over the coming 24 to 36 hours. If we take a closer look at the storm this morning, we're likely witnessing Bertha at or near its peak intensity. You'll see very quick rotation now to the eye as the exposed low-level circulation pokes its head out from underneath of the lone thunderstorm clump within the inner core. All the actual thunderstorm activity in bulk is kind of confined to this really long and trailing band on the southern side. But if we look at the inner core, there's really just one big updraft here in the southeastern quadrant. The rest of the circulation is dry. I mean, not fully dry. There are showers in these low-level bands, but in terms of deep thunderstorms, there's not a lot going on the north side. And we still have that dry air here that we've been talking about for several days, and now the streaming upper level flow out of the north and northeast.
Right where his purple first arrow went is pretty much where I'm at. I'm closer to the coast though. Well, not right now, but yeah.
East hitting Bertha from the onshore side, and this is causing a lot of shear that is responsible for all the thunderstorms being confined to the south of the center. And this shear is increasing during the day today and will likely reach its maximum sometime during the next 24 hours. That didn't prevent the storm from gaining some intensity overnight prior to the strongest shear arriving. This is the aircraft reconnaissance data showing that the pressure fell to 996 millibars, and you now see red and orange colors showing up on the eastern side of the circulation. These winds are up to 60 to 70 miles per hour at flight level. If you reduce that down to this,
that's almost hurricane gust strength. Or this morning, it was just a little bit of activity right there and a whole lot less on that eastern side, which you don't want to be on the northeastern side of a hurricane. That's not the side you want to be on. You just don't. That's the bad side. But the daytime heating is occurring. Is she the little engine that could? Will she cook tonight, this evening? Because it depends on that wind shear.
Surface, that's 50 to 60 miles per hour. Estimated surface wind, the last reported intensity from the National Hurricane Center was 50 miles per hour max wind. That might be coming up closer to 60 on the next advisory here. I'll likely refresh it by the time I'm done recording. The buoy right here to the southeast of the center has been reporting tropical storm force sustained winds at about 40 miles per hour in the last hour or so. And the western side of the system has much less wind with it. In fact, we got a SAR image from RCM-1, courtesy of the Canadian Space Agency and NOAA NESDIS. And what you'll see here is everything in yellow is approximately tropical storm force and above. And you'll see this big band on the eastern side of where the low-level center is. So Bertha is centered right here. It's a very lopsided system. The max wind band is all to the east and occasionally rotating around to the north. So you can see how this area here might eventually scrape up against the coastline of Florida and points west during the day today and tomorrow. We're already getting elevated wind gusts along this portion of the Florida coastline here. In fact, I can show you a brief look at the surface observations and radar. We've had gusts near 35 miles per hour at Apalachicola and then around 25 miles per hour at Panama City and points west here along the Florida Panhandle. Bertha is centered right about here on the radar imagery. You can see that showers are only scattered on the north side where it's rather dry, but there are still heavy showers that will continue to translate towards the west today and tonight.
See, looks like it's gonna skirt right past me and go right toward Louisiana, the center out there. I'm getting those feeder bands that are gonna be coming in.
Night. If we look at the HAFS high-resolution model forecast, we'll see what we have been seeing for the last couple of days, and that's the impact of this shear. We have a big mid-level ridge over Oklahoma, so you see a huge flow out of the northeast around the nose of that ridge where Bertha is located. So the mid to deep layer shear is quite stark here at 25 to maybe even 30 knots out of the northeast. And so you'll continue to see the structure where the storm is centered here, but all the guts of the system are to the south in terms of deep thunderstorm activity. And as we continue forward, we're likely to see eventual weakening as the storm approaches the central Gulf Coast. We're expecting a turn toward the west. Now, there may be some wobbles in the storm center. One thing about the SAR image I forgot to mention is you'll notice that there's sort of a smaller ring of wind kind of within the larger donut. So this indicates that some wobbling will likely occur as this tries to sort of orbit around the inner rim of the larger wind maximum. So you might see it doing, some of these as it moves towards the northwest. So the short-term motion may be a little bit erratic, but over time, the thunderstorm clump on the south side is expected to kind of try to tug this towards the southwest at the same time that the low-level flow is trying to force this toward the coast. The net result of that is expected to be a westward turn in the net. We'll see how close this gets to the coast before executing that turn. But regardless, some tropical storm force winds may scrape along the entire section of coastline here, which is why we have tropical storm warnings there. We can see what this looks like on the HAFS model. You can see that rib.
See, there's a lot. So I'm under the little warning there. It's just, yeah. But it's like clear. Like it's a little cloudy here and there. We're used to afternoon pop-up thunderstorms, but it appears it's going to skirt past me, and it's going to they're still forecasting Texas, though.
Bit of wind on the eastern side, just like we saw in SAR and aircraft data earlier. This will continue to funnel near tropical storm force winds inward toward the coast as the storm translates westward. So you'll see during its journey west, we continue to have the strong winds on the eastern side, occasionally wrapping around the north side. Everything in green here is tropical storm force, but the storm does begin to weaken a little bit on approach toward Louisiana. We don't see any further intensification due to the strength of the shear that continues to batter it from the northeast.
It looks like it's going to hit. It could go between Texas, Louisiana line there, but it's still out in the Gulf. It's like it can wreak havoc along the coastline and never make landfall yet, right? If it's skirting past like that, you're just going to have to catch what's happening as she's passing by. That's just the way it is. Landfall is a different story. Yes, Crescia is in Louisiana. I don't. I do. They're not. They have had hurricanes there. I know that Crescia and Kay are used to hurricane country, but this, for people who do live hurricane country, that's a tropical storm, right? We can do those pretty much in our sleep. We should know what to do at this point. If we don't, it's a very windy situation, very rainy situation, and they can wreak havoc because they can knock down power lines and tree lines and all those things. You get a tree on your house, all kinds of things. Because the thing about a tropical storm is if it's a strong one, those wind gusts are reaching hurricane strength, right? A low level tropical storm, like basic 39 mile an hour, you're not going to get hurricane gust strength winds. But with a strong tropical storm, you'll get the hurricane gust winds, because once it reaches 74 miles per hour, you got a Cat 1 hurricane. But this, I don't think that's going to happen here. It's just tropical storm. Right now, it's just passing by in the Gulf, and I just got to go outside and watch what happens. I put everything up because I live in the wind tunnel, like I've said, and I didn't want it to all blow away. So I'm prepared out there, prepared in here, but I don't expect nothing but a rainmaker and windmaker, if anything. No, it won't be. I don't think it will be a hurricane, Andy. It's barely a tropical storm at this point. It's just trying to hang on. It's undergoing a lot of conditions that aren't favorable for it to grow, right? And plus, it's in the Gulf. We've had them come into the Gulf. Ivan was a prime example, scheduled to hit as a Cat 4. Thank God it went down to a Cat 3, which is bad enough because that was devastating, but just in time. They tend to weaken a little bit as they get right to shore. On approach, they start to weaken a little as well, which is important if they're super strong. But tropical storms are they can cause a lot of flooding too. Depending on how much moisture a storm holds, you can have a lot of bad flooding take place. And they can sit there and spin out for a little bit, couple of days. Once they get over land, they can stall and go back to depression status and just be a big rainmaker. That's usually the havoc these tropical storms will wreak the most. Would y'all rule out? Hey, Andy, how are you? What's up? Oh, Andy, you just reminded me of something. Y'all, I'm starting to get hungry. I gotta figure out what I want my son to bring me home today because I'm not cooking any food. I just want bring me something. Oh boy. Why is it? I don't understand what just happened here. Let me share my screen. I want y'all to go over it and do not. Well, it's up to you. Don't get mad at my advice I'm about to give. Go over here to this channel and give it a thumbs down. You heard me. The thumbs down. Okay. Why are we scheduled twice? Oh, today and tomorrow. What I thought it was a 24-hour continuous thing. What's happening? We taking a break so we don't got to watch Trisha sleep on the couch? So tonight, 10:50 p.m. Part 1 of the End of the World. What, Jesse Weber, is he taking part in it? Or is she Flora 4? No, whoa, put the break. What the fuck? Hold on. Lord, YouTube's trying to send me over the edge. I started out the show aggravated because somebody was exploiting Idaho 4 victims. Wow, sent me into a place I didn't want to be in the moment. But there I went. Now you got those beautiful little girls from Flora 4 on your screen. Do you know, when I heard you bring them up that one day, you didn't really know anything about it. Someone suggested, go figure, someone suggested Web Sleuths look at it. And now it's on your End of the World party, part 1, 11:50, notification on, checkmate, game on. I hope you're ready to go deep there, Trisha. You better do those little girls justice, ma'am. Why, Lauren? Good God, I tried not to look at fucking with these ladies. I'm like, look over there to see who it was. Holy shit, Andy, we got to do a we got to. Can we live stream her live? Will she strike me down on the spot out of vindictive nature? Should we recap midstream of her bullshit stream? I might get in a mood later and need to go live. Somebody stop me. Andy, you want a link right now? Fuck it. What in the hell? Oh my God. She's already got part 2 scheduled up. I don't know. Who is this chick right here in the middle? Anybody know? Trisha's email, websleuthvideos, gmail.com, Stacy, producer, email. We start tonight, Tuesday, July 21 at 11:50 p.m. Aspen Connor will join us. What? Andy. Andy. Yes, you want to do it, girl? Let's. I'll send you a message. Aspen Connor will join you to discuss the Flora 4 murders. For real? That's who's coming to discuss Flora? Interesting. We are having a slumber party. Ten people on panel at the slumber party to discuss victims and crime. Slumber party. Oh, wow. You need to be in your pajamas. Now, we always say you get your coffee and get cozy, your tea, whatever your vice might fucking be. But we ain't trying to tell y'all to get in your pajamas and get in your bed and get cozy. Come on in, y'all chill and let's chat, right? They were having a slumber party. Get in your pajamas. You're going to need them. It's an all-nighter. And have your camera on all night if you want to join us. Otherwise, you can join chat. The guests have to have their camera on all night. Is that what she's saying? We're having a slumber party. We can have 10 people on panel. Are we going to get randos on panel? Oh my God, what kind of shit show. You need to be in your pajamas and have your camera on if you want to join us. Oh, don't tempt me to go fucking cam up finally. Damn it. Otherwise, you can join our chat. Will you block me? We will discuss true crime and maybe tell ghost stories. Oh my God. My face would give it everything away if I cammed up. Go see the comments. Okay. We will discuss true crime and maybe tell ghost stories. Then it's lights out for a while we try and sleep before the beginning of the day 2 of the. In case Chad got the date wrong, we're going to do it another day on July 22nd. We will hear from her. We will hear from I Hate Chocolate about Jim Jones. Jim Jones? What? Dude, are you serious? Dr. Christine Marie, the Netflix. Is that who was on? That's the thumbnail lady? Dr. Christine Marie from the Netflix doc False Prophet. Jesse Weber from Long Crime. Megan Connor. She's making a comeback. Holy fuck. I got to go make a store run after all this is done here. My son gets home with his truck. Y'all know what I found out the other day? Don't laugh at me. Y'all know how I am. Clocks, calendars, dates, times. What the fuck is that shit? I had to get my ID out for something. And I had a birthday this year. And I looked and I realized my driver's license expired on my birthday. And in Florida, they let you go for a long time, especially we had to go renew. It was just a madhouse after 9/11. All these documents had to be proven. I did all that shit back in the day, right? So I was good to go. Anyway, for years, I've had my license and I had to worry about it. And I looked and I started laughing. I was like, oh my God, that day finally came when they finally, because I remember looking back in the day going, damn, they're letting me have this license a really long time. I hope I remember in 2026. Guess what? I forgot. Anyway, store's right there. I can see it. I got to make a store run because this shit right here is going. I got to be prepared. Take me a nap, maybe. I got to take a nap and go touch grass for a little while. Maybe that storm won't throw a feeder ban my way for a while. And I can go touch grass because I'm going to need it. Megan Connor, Lauren Matthias, surprise guest, and more to come. So anybody can just cam up with their pajamas on and they'll get on panel. Is that what I'm understanding? Mods. All right, let's look at some of the comments that are left. Andy's over here with wait. Can't wait. Can't wait. Sorry. Can't wait, Andy says. You know that last time they were live and I went in there and I asked a question, she got upset with me. They timed me out. So am I still timed out? Should I write can't wait as well just to see? Will they time me out before it ever starts? Are they the reason people get those alt accounts? They're like, you're forced into that situation? Is that what's happened? Okay, let's bite. Let's bite. Let's see if they block me before I get the chance to say a word. I'm just going to agree with my friend. I got her back right here. Look at there. Okay, I can't wait either. Trisha. Okay, 10:50 tonight, y'all. The shit show begins over there, and the exploitation of families and victims, starting out with your finest, biggest exploiter of them all, Lauren Matthias, allegedly. I guess people like Jesse and other guests that are going to come on don't follow the YouTube news, yet they're on YouTube, which, okay. We get it. You mainstream media characters that come over that we were not supposed to trust a long time ago now are on YouTube and we're supposed to trust. Yeah, gotcha. Gotcha. I got respect, but gotcha. Noted. All right. So some big name people will be coming on, I guess. We got open slots, so not that many people are coming actually. Right now, just these three tonight. And they're going to present this case of the Flora 4 to you guys. Hold on. Hold on, Trisha. All right, I'm going to pull up a little AI action on this one because it's been a minute and I don't recall all the dates and details, but I know this case and I know players and I know that she better watch herself. Flora, Indiana. Flora, Indiana sits not far right outside of Delphi, Indiana. In true crime and local news, Flora 4 refers to Kiana Davis, 11 years old, Kiara Phillips, 9, Kiel McDonald, 7, and Kiani Welch, 5. 4 sisters who died in an intentionally set house fire on November 21, 2016. Multiple state and independent investigations officially ruled fire as arson. The current status, the case remains unsolved with no arrest. The house was demolished in 2023, and a stone memorial bench honors them in the town. Recent updates. Federal investigators elevated the case, sending teams door to door in Flora to conduct fresh interviews. A $5,000 reward remains active for tips leading to the arrest, or an arrest, I should say. It goes much deeper. There are allegations in this case, certain people that were tied to this location, this area, that tied to Delphi, Indiana. There was a lot of racial tension in this area, still is. When this first happened, it was an accident, right? House just caught on fire. An officer almost died trying to get in there to save those little girls. Finally, did the fire chief get, what happened with the fire chief? Hold on. Did he resign? There was so much with this case for them to unpack and to be honest about. The former fire chief, Adam Randall, abruptly resigned from his position in the volunteer fire department in November 2017, just 1 week before the 1-year anniversary of the arson tragedy. His resignation was highly controversial due to a web of local connections and allegations of mishandling investigation. The fire chief's father, Dennis Randall, was the lead state arson investigator for the Indiana Department of Homeland Security assigned to the case. Dennis Randall had already been forced to resign months earlier after WTHR 13 investigators uncovered emails questioning his handling of the case. The landlord connection. Chief Adam Randall's direct boss was the Flora Town Council president, Josh Ayers, who also happened to be the landlord and the owner of the house where the 4 sisters died. Public pressure amid heavy media scrutiny, community frustration, and public accusations from the NAACP regarding a potential cover-up, Adam Randall stepped down, citing negative press and public attention and the need to focus on his family. The Indiana State Police. Who could it be now? Where you at, Doug Carter? Where you at? The Indiana State Police that stated that the fire chief's departure had no impact on the active arson investigation, noting that he was not an official part of the state's criminal investigation. He was replaced as fire chief by Todd Trent, and the current chief is Tyler Jenkins. The mass exit of local officials at the time, including the fire chief, his investigator, father, and the Carroll County prosecutor, deeply damaged community trust. Carroll County prosecutor, you don't say. Because of his local gridlock, the FBI and the Indiana State Police completely took over the case, sending the fresh investigators door to door to look at the evidence with a clean slate. Clean slate? Prosecutor out of Carroll County? People resigning? What? Race? Intentional fire? Somebody had a house in Flora who also had a house in Delphi. Happened to be an alternate suspect at one time. Anyway, I'll be interested to see how Trisha handles that. Yes, having Aspen, Andy, what the actual fuck is happening right now in this true crime realm, this space, right? It's weird to be a true crimer in this space. I don't know how to act or what to do or how to approach it anymore. Like, I don't feel like I'm doing it right, apparently. Like, what? And what are they all doing out there? Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm doing me. But damn, it's a lot. Yeah. What a knob. What a knob. Let her. Maybe we should do a prequel live to go through all Trisha and Lauren's. Oh, a prequel would be good, Andy, since they're not going till late, right? You want to do that? Hit me up. Let me know what time is good for you. I'm completely open. Honest. Promise. Hit me up. Let's set it up and figure out where we're going to do this, how we're going to do this, all those things, right? We can both roll together and be the hot mess express together, Andy. The corruption is showing. A primer to the pre-party, right? A pre-party to Trisha's Into the Life maybe party. In case Chad got it wrong again. Bloomin' ass idiots. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to let you go. And I'm going to plan to come back later, I guess, with Andy. We'll figure that out. We'll get the show out there, either my channel, her channel. One of you mods, can you please drop Andy's link in so everybody can go sub up? So I might let her take the helm tonight. I don't know. Andy, I might let you run the show and let me just be there for a change. That would be great. I don't know. It depends on what we want to show and how you want to do this. Let me know what's best. Anyway, we'll drop Andy's link into the chat. You guys can go sub up to me and then, or not to me. Well, me too, please, and to Andy, so you can get a notification later. So when we set it out there into the YouTube verse, y'all know we're doing this. It's our alternate, Andy, we're having our alternate into the party, right? That I wanted to have. So thank you for that, for agreeing to do this with me. I actually am looking forward to that now. Right? Ow. She's chickened off. Lord, that thumbnail alone, that guest list. Holy heck. Thank you, Forrest. There is the link to Andy's channel, guys. She does great work. She'll say everybody else is out there doing the Lord's work, but I beg to differ. I think she does as well. I don't know, Andy. I haven't seen Kresha in the past 24, but I thought about reaching out, honestly. We'll see. That works, Andy. Give me a call. That works best. You know how we're better at that part. For sure. All right, guys. Y'all go have a great afternoon. Get some dinner, relax, all the things. I'll catch you back here later on with Andy, and we'll do a pre-show for Trisha's Into the Party. We don't want her to feel left out, do we? We haven't forgot about you, Trisha. Remember, I promised this, a month ago? I thought it was last month, guys. Remember? I was like, where's that damn show at? Y'all are like, it's next month, Salty. I was like, fuck. So I've been sitting on go for a hot minute. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Get your notifications on. Y'all go hit the like button. Thank y'all. Have a good one.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you.